stop. I'm on fire. 1, 2, 1, 2. I love you. No. 1, 2, 1, 2. Don't stop. I'm on fire. 1, 2, 1, 2. I love you. One, two, three. No.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's time for the Code Red Invitational, $25,000 presented by Xfinity. I'm Balti W, joined by Shio Wager. We'll be casting the games today. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well, not as good as my eyes, though. You know what I'm saying? Because I actually got my hands on some Roto Digi-Eye earlier today. That's right, one of our sponsors here for the tournament. Overall, these guys have been a global eye care brand for over 110 years. Past that, too, if you use these eye drops, you'll get symptoms relieved for up to 8 hours. You can find them at Walgreens, at CVS, at your local Walmart, even if you're near their Roto. Feel it working.
And in gaming, you're only as fast as your connection. And Xfinity delivers gamer-grade internet with reliably fast speeds and the fastest Wi-Fi for your biggest exam. So get amazing student offers over at xfinity.com/students. That's where you'll be able to learn more. We're going to learn more about what's actually going on for the Fortnite tournament right now, right here. Let's break down the event. We've got top trios from the North American regions competing today.
Yep, and you guys might be used to, some Marvel showdowns here and there. Right now, it is the original Battle Royale experience. 20 influencer teams, 3 college teams from Johns Hopkins, Texas A&M, and Ashland University. And past that, it'll be arena trios, 6 games with a $25,000 prize pool.
Yeah, and just to clarify real quick here, the college teams qualified from the Autumn Ambush, a tournament that took place not too long ago, and now they get a chance to really fight against some of the top teams in North America. But they've also proved that they're worth it to be here, that they can actually compete.
Yep, and those prizes will obviously be up there once you claim a certain amount of points. The breakdown for it, though, first is 12.5K, second is 7.5, and third is $5,000 overall. Here are the points. We have the classic elimination points and those placements as well with the Victory Royale.
Yeah, so just keep in mind 14 points for winning a game, and then a good game in trios. 10 to 15 eliminations, you can get up to 25 points, possibly even 30. So we'll have to keep that in mind as we track through this tournament.
And we've seen these top trios do it before, maybe even in game 1, maybe all the way up to game 6. It gets crazy on elims and then everything going down to the line. But today it's going to be fun seeing all these guys in here on an invitee type of basis. Less pressure, but that pressure will build up over time.
Yeah, and they did do this recently. Boom TV hosted another one of these tournaments, and it was a lot of fun to watch, a lot of fun for the players to play in as well. We're going to see a lot of those names back again. People like Eclipse, Lazar P, Zypha, but also some legends. I mean, legends all the way through. Bizzle, Illist, Ronaldo, Kanata, Macwood. So the names and list goes on.
Yeah, for me, I think one of the hypest individuals to watch would be Coop and his trio rolling in. This man signed to G2, always taking control of the field. The one thing we saw in trios competition is that people clash in playstyles, right? We have low ground fights happening, people jumping up for height, some mid-ground quaffles going up all the way around. So I want to see exactly what today's theme is going to be overall for this tournament.
Well, it might be magic. I don't know where the quaffles came from. Harry Potter, but we don't have the broomsticks anymore. I do want to see what the theme is going to be. I do want to see who still got it in terms of trios too, because for a little while now, people haven't been focused on it, right? They've been focused on duos and the DreamHack. They've been focused on various other things going on throughout the scene. So see if these guys, some of these tournament or some of these teams are kind of different, right? Not from what they were used to. It wasn't the exact set trio that they played FNCS with. It is different. And we just saw, for example, Macwood and Kanata playing together with two people that the community has no clue about, and they still win. So I think that these guys have a good chance.
Absolutely. Not only that, when it comes to just like getting into a tournament with a set player list, knowing who's dropping where, and kind of making your path, culminating it over the 6 games, it gets a lot more different than watching an FNCS, right? Usually, sometimes, even in other tournaments, there's a sprinkle of a little bit more randomness, a little bit more unexpected things happening. You might see that happen with those college teams. They might throw a wrench in the entire machine that is this tournament. But I think overall, it'll be a little bit more organized today.
Yeah, but you also have to remember that it isn't a full lobby, right? There is not 33 teams in the lobby. So at that, when you think of that, when you consider that, all of a sudden the randomness kind of slips away a little bit, I guess you could say. More like the Ninja Battles, where the drop spots are pretty consistent, where you don't fight in the mid game and take those random little risks, maybe.
I like the fact that you mentioned drop spots though, because like just overall now in the timing of this tournament, it's on that back half of the season, right? I know EU is having an encore. I feel like this is also with the names I'm seeing over here, right? Like Scented, NG Commandment, Trio Bucky, Clicks. Like it's kind of an NA encore of all the favorite teams we've seen play scrims or play in an FNCS. Like overall, this will kind of be like the culmination of whatever these guys have practiced for drops, for that end game, for the mid game, in a place where, an FNCS pickaxe is not on the line, but maybe their legacy for season 4.
Yeah, I mean that's a good way to put it. Somewhat of an encore, at least for these guys. $25,000 in the line. Hey, that's not bad. Let's go ahead and see what they could actually put up. I'm still super curious if these fights that have continued throughout FNCS, you're mentioning drop spots, will continue. Is H Staff and Stretch going to have a good time over at Doom's Domain, or are things going to switch up for them? What happens at start? Because for what I could tell, you might not have too much going on there from the teams that are listed, but of course, people are going to be opportunistic and go for it.
For me, Dooms and Starks, whatever happens there for some reason ends up staying there, right? I think without without EU, where random teams come in, it's always the teams that start there on game 1 that just have a story back and forth the whole time. I'm interested in kind of retail row, some of these other big spots like Sweaty Sands, speaking of retail, like Unknown, Casker, and Smacked, where these guys are going to be, playing from is going to be uncontested. Will there be another team over there? Because retail is usually always contested. That's one thing to look at too.
Yeah, Dirty Docks too is the talk of the town because of what Thomas HD and Tayson did coming over from EU, playing in NA East on the DreamHack. And these types of things will definitely pan out, and we'll have to see how that all unfolds. I believe we are getting very close to starting the game, and we'll get to see our first picture of what that actually entails for drop spots, because not knowing what's going on at Steamy Stacks, not knowing what's going on at Stark Industries over the 6 games, this first game will tell a lot.
I think over at Steamy, we might have Kanata actually jumping over and dropping there. But that being said, I believe we are ready for that battle bus to get up running and rolling through the skies for game number 1 of Code Red, presented by Xfinity. Remember that this is going to be the place that all these players in game number 1 want to set their marks over, want to really hype themselves up, and not only winning their drops, but having good points after the game's over.
And Zypha, Eclipse, Lazar P heading over towards Coral Castle. That's the team in the bottom left. But you can see the split on the map on the right side. Looks like maybe Stark Industries looks okay. The yellow arrows landing there. But there is 2 teams at Doom's Domain. Other things to note, Dirty Docks looks like it might be contested. But overall, the big fight that we're looking at right now seems to be pretty much only Doom's Domain.
Coral Castle also being completely empty. Something new and refreshing when watching at least NA trios. And once again, it's not only NA East. We have a few West players as well. Mentioned them before, but I believe the only ones I see so far are Scented and Edgy, with Commandment playing over. At the same time, Scented might be on East once again, but we'll check things out to see how they look. At Doom's Domain, it also looks a little bit contested, but at the same time free. Both these teams not really 50-50 each other off spawn.
This is what we tend to see here at Doom's Domain, but Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham won multiple times at Doom's Domain, this time playing off ping, though, against Zate, Saf, and Stretch, who are the NA East Kings of this side of the map. How will this unfold? It feels like every time as Zate, Saf, and Stretch are playing an invite tournament like this, when I think about all the ones that we've seen in the Fortnite community recently, there's always a team off ping challenging them at Doom's Domain.
Usually it goes their way. It's all good, but the off-ping team this time is literally one of the best that a lot of people like to argue in the world at not only playing Fortnite, but playing this drop spot. So Although the stakes aren't as high, I feel like personally that'll be put to the test. Rex though running over with Dr. Doom all the way towards the top. I'm not actually sure what the strat is about. Okay, there we go. That makes a lot more sense.
But that does give them an advantage, and you can see that's why Saf, Stretch, and Zeta are already setting up to set up a pinch. Epic Whale's got the vision though up top, and they will start to deny them a little bit, but I believe the way that they're posturing means that they will have shockwaves. They will maybe start to push this, and yes, Saf will start to engage. We already have one on top, that Stretch. Epic Whale is already down. Stretch has taken him out instantly, and Saf right onto Arkham 2. Only 2 for them to find. Rex is right inside though, and now 1 left. Just Stretch spraying down this build, and that was a beautifully timed pinch. 1 versus 3 now though. And still the knock bodies are on the ground, so Rex may be able to turn something around. Not at this rate though, as they all dive the box.
This is just going to be a complete wrap up in game number 1 all the way over to Zayd, Saf, and Stretch, but Saf is down. Might have been the fall damage or just saving his body after getting knocked. Rex is doing some work with what he has left, but he's going to get taken out immediately.
Well, there you go, 3 points on the board, and a quick wipe at Doom's Domain means that they get access to the vault, means that they will have a big chance at winning the first game like we used to see normally.
And it's fast too, which is not normal because sometimes it goes all the way into that second zone, maybe even the third, depending on what team is contesting Zayd, Saf, and Stretch. So for now, they have a fast wrap up of the fight, 3 points on the board, as you said, and that free vault very, very quickly.
Don't forget though, Mystical Bomb is still disabled, not in the game currently for competitive, so you won't be seeing that huge impact, but Stretch still likes to carry the gauntlets, as they did throughout FNCS, even in the finals. Now it's more like that than anything else. They got 4th in FNCS. Meanwhile, Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale on West got 1st from where they... Wow, what the heck? How does he have so much... This is scented with like 17 minis, it feels like.
I mean, they're not going to be taking too many shots onto them, so decisions onto what to carry as they move over, but it looks like everyone's actually having a good time looting, getting off of spawn due to the less amount of teams that are here for this game number 1.
Oh, and first playing with Thieves and Replays. We don't typically see Thieves and Replays too much, except outside of these, you know, invited invitational type tournaments with influencers joining the fray as well. They're some of the few people who are definitely brave enough and want the challenge to fight against people like Zayd, Saf, and Stretch. In any case, grouped up with Frist, who we didn't see much of this season.
Yeah, for Frist, I'm not sure what it was. Some people might just, you know, put it down to solos being something he really likes to wrap his head around. When it comes to team modes, I feel like he's really good, though, in these invited types of tournaments where he guaranteed can make that endgame. Although endgame is one of the most difficult things in Fortnite, I feel like the most difficult thing to traverse between modes, or just for players in general, is this portion of the game, the mid-game part where you have to get tags, where you have to fight for Surge. All of that is kind of removed when you just have a lesser amount of teams overall, and everyone gets to play the game of Fortnite.
And speaking of a lesser amount of teams, this is not a split that you're used to seeing Jack, Slacks, and Acorn get at Slurvy Swamps. They have the Fortilla too, which is absolutely insane, especially given the fact that Knight, AV, and Shark are in this lobby. That might be because we don't necessarily know who's landing over at Stark Industries. Maybe that Team Xset ends up trying to challenge that, or any sort of other things too. Who did land over at Stark Industries? That would be really, really nice to see. They're already gone because we're first zone moving. Might be based up on the side. In any case, just look for the purple pumps.
This is not going to be the team then, because I see cabbages, I see gray weapons in the inventory, and medkits, which they might have to pop if they keep getting hit. This trio, of course, is Harsh, Harmony, and Control, the guys from Johns Hopkins University. And the one person that I recognize off these names is Harmony, I believe, or just this university in general, just taking the top first place slot in so many of these bot race type of tournaments earlier on in the year from various different cups and companies. They've just been on top in terms of knowing how to eliminate opponents in fights fast. That being said, these are pros they're up against this time. These are big influencers, not just Timmy and Johnny you see in these pub lobbies. So it'll be a new challenge playing these games.
Here's another one of those teams. Duke, River, and GWB, all out of Ashland University. they seem to also be in somewhat of a shambles loadout compared to what we saw off of Stretch Staff and State, what we saw off of Jack Acorn and Slacks. But at least the purple pump for Duke, and they've got the heals. They've got to find themselves a good position. A lot of what comes down in this one is not necessarily a position battle throughout the mid game and the early game. It's kind of how the RNG pans in the favor of yourself, because you don't have to be worried about the risk, right? Less teams means less people rotating near you. You can already see on the map how spread out everybody is. There's nobody taking a fight at this point in time. Maybe that team over by Dirty Docks, but those look to be also maybe driving through. No, they're on literally on the zip lines on the bottom left. This is Macwood, Kanata, and Apex. Okay, they are playing with Apex. These guys won the Cash Cup yesterday.
Let's see what happens in the tournament. I mean, you're saying less teams has all these different dynamics. I also see that it makes it a little bit more fun, because I wouldn't see these guys normally just ziplining, nonchalantly taking shots from long range.
Ooh, this looks like Avery playing with Jamper still, but also with the addition of Day, a dirty, dirty addition. The FNCS champion, not playing with his normal trio. Neither Jamper and Avery usually playing with Booga. They found themselves some college boys. They found themselves the people we were just talking about, Control, Harsh, and Harmony. And they're involved in the fight, a battle that probably will go to completion the way that these guys are postured. Day playing aggressively. Crash pad in the box as well.
I'm looking at the syllabus right now. This is going to be their first midterm type of fight. And right now, the grades aren't looking too good. Harmony and Harsh already down on HP. Control's the only person left that can really do much. But we saw the loadouts. They're not looking too good at all. And they're going to be up against purple pumps galore. Box fights where you do not have the advantage. It's not only that, you're facing some of the best players in the entire scene, in the entire region. When it comes to fights like these at this spot too, just off of a Stark rotation, picking a team that's based up and doing damage. A little bit of a disengage though from Jamper Avery. That's odd.
I'm surprised this fight's taking so long, given the fact that they got him so low. They just can't find an opening to get all the way in. Once again, Day on the wall. Once again, he gets it, but not in quick enough to take the shots. However, they do go in. Control will dive onto Jamper as he takes out Harsh. Now 2 down, and they haven't even traded. They did get a little bit of damage onto Jamper as he dived in that box, but Harmony's back against the wall. Code in your box, and he's done for.
You can see the 2 different ways these teams kind of attack when they have an advantage. Jamper Avery always on the backside looking into walls, taking shots and staying back. The one mistake Control ends up making is having a shot for free, but then diving in afterwards, trying to claim on it, trying to maintain that damage. You saw Avery just save Jamper in that instance. You don't always want to go all in on these fights. Maybe that's why they was getting dragged out a little bit. You want to be playing a little bit more safe than sorry when it comes to these one-off 3v3s on the map.
And again, with less teams on the map, you get more time. It's less risky with time as it goes by. So you don't have to worry as much. In an FNCS or a stacked lobby, at that point, there's already 15 teams around you, basically. And if you start to engage, you have to be not only safe, but clean it up really, really quickly so you can get the positions you want, like this. Who Fishy, Chap, and Crunchy gonna be trying to battle against Dubs, Mega, and Illest for this high ground position on Misty Meadows. They both end up claiming, but Chap gets the higher of them because they were quicker to the beat.
At the same time, although it looks good right now, this is on the edge side of the zone. It's going to be fine because even if it does pull somewhere near the center, every team will have to move over that water. The one thing I've seen for any team that Chap's really on is converting this position into a good one when it comes to maybe half and half or afterwards. A lot of these teams that end up taking height earlier on, I've just seen maybe end up gassing up too much, using a car rotate, picking a wrong hill, going all in too early. They're not seen anywhere for that half and half. I'll actually super double back on that, just looking at the loadouts. I'm looking at Peppers, Shockwaves, and Patience. It actually looks fine for both teams.
I like that, though, the addition, Patience. Slow and methodical. Yeah, that'll have to do. We are starting to get to that point where your movements will have to be calculated. You will have to start trying to break line of sights from different people coming in. You can see Macwood, Kanata, and Apex in the back. They have to base up on top of that bridge, maybe have to dip south, but for right now, they're going to try to wait for the zone to come through. Unknown, Casker, and Smacked coming out of Retail Row. They do find themselves that broken house on the lake, but they can't go much further than that. A lot more teams grouping up inside of the center of zone.
And here's one that's taking a ride, but not from any strangers, not from any employees. It's a full trio in a taxi. Nate Hill, Bank, and Wykel on the backside taking shots too, which is sadly odd because I feel like in 20 seconds they could get massively bullied trying to get all the way up on this hill.
It's a scary thought. That is a scary thought. Oh, C9 chat takes out Dubs. Illis is going to go in on this too, but two now are down for the other side. One down here, that's Dubs. Mega will try to hold on with his teammate Illis, and I think they will do that. Crunchy is the only player remaining on the other side. Has to try to get through. Who Fishy's still alive. Crunchy will get that wall. Mega just avoids narrowly a big pump shot coming in from Crunchy. I think this might be wraps as they picked up Dubs too. 3 versus 1, and the server's starting to focus in on this fight as well. Though, that also might give him the space he needs to escape.
I'm gonna do two things here. First of all, double back on what I was saying before. Looks like the pattern continues. And then after that, also point out the timing of Dubs, Mega, and Illis getting this almost trio wipe. They not only have a full refresh on their mats now, basically starting their kind of end game, they took out Chap, who had 4 of those shockwaves. Crunchy survived, but maybe just some minis and some big pots. These guys got all the mobility from that trio and are going to be looking scary compared to everyone else coming to the end portion of this game.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, a team that looks scary, not because of position, not because of loadout or anything like that, but the way that Coop is hunting right now across this bridge against Lazar P, Zyph, and Eclipse. That is scary to me because they all have to move. They all have a distance to go. And they are hungry and probably desperate. Looks like these guys did have a scrap before. Joji is down, and it's just Coop and TabsG left. So maybe they want to find themselves something in this game. And that might come in the form of a car.
A nice bounce pad, crash pad, rotate from Illis, Mega, and Dubs. They're all the way on that central island. I feel like the zone will pull up even more, so we'll have another rotation to go.
Based on the zone, I'm very curious where Zayt, Saf, and Stretch went. We didn't see them go down in the feed. I think I just saw them there, but I think that this would be really, really nice for them. If they got a good position in first zone, this Lazy Lake mountain range mixed with the Misty Meadows Lake can be very devastating to teams if you don't have good position. You see Paper and Bizzle based up in a decent one overlooking the lake. Degen and Agers with N-Pen as well. You can see where TabsG and Coop ended up going. And surprisingly enough, Bank and Nate Hill have joined them all the way from that south position where we were worried about them taking shots.
Oh, here we go. Okay, let's break it down. I would say anyone on that island right now is in kind of like a 3 out of 10 position, right? Zayt, Stretch, Saf, that 10 out of 10 position all the way up top by themselves on a hill, can easily rotate in. Everyone in the middle looking kind of 7 out of 10, especially Wykel, maybe down to a 6 or a 4 even with Nate Hill going down.
They got split. They got split right as we mentioned them. They tried to crash pad or shockwave through and get even deeper into zone, but every single one of them that got split. Here's the next zone revealed, 4th, and it will pull. So that north side is just barely in. You guys know what I'm implying, of course. That was Zayt, Saf, and Stretch on the north side on a peak as well. So you said, what was it? 10 out of 10?
10 out of 10.
I think it just got even, I think it just went to 11 out of 10.
I'm wondering how much of it is in. Sometimes with elevation, things can kind of get scalped out, but they should be absolutely fine. There was a team beside them. I think that was Tahi's team. Also looking really well, those orange arrows. Any purple arrows, though, on the map, those like hot pinkish ones are in trouble, though. Everyone rotating from that side, but I don't think the server's really noticed yet. Shark is looking over, maybe calling over the rest of the Xset trio to maybe hold these guys as they rotate, but remember they have shockwaves. They'll have those maybe 5 dangerous seconds in midair, but then touch ground and be able to build.
Well, don't forget, we were talking about the different styles of teams going into this tournament. Xset doesn't really care about, necessarily finding a position that gets them height or something like that, because they thrive on low ground. Same with Sensitive, Edgy, and Commandment, who are not too far away. Same with Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, who are also not too far away. So that spells a scary picture, paints a scary picture, I would say, for those three teams. Of course, they don't have that information, but they always find a way to thrive no matter what. It's just about who's the best out of the three on this day.
We can roll with that little picture you just mentioned in terms of, scary pictures, a low ground type of picture, a high ground type of picture. All pictures come in certain formats, and those teams are definitely readable, like Xset, right? They're coming in with that low ground picture on the JPEG. We were just looking over at Frisk, Thieves, and Replays. For me, I can't read them. I don't know what type of format their picture is in. I don't know, and I can't expect how they'll play out this game. Right now, looking at Specs, Macwood, and Kanata, they overall are always aggressive, looking for somewhere, somehow, this pre-end game refresh, and they found it. I feel like every time they do find it, they end up winning games or getting that top 3 with 6 shockwaves on Macwood with fully refreshed mats on, I assume, all 3 players. Might see that happen once again. Here's Frisk, Thieves, and Replays getting freaky with it on the backside of zone. Unfortunately, Frisk going down. Replays here, though, looks very healthy on mats and overall utility. Still, though, unfortunately, getting beamed from distance. It's AV who picks him up. This is messy.
This is tough. Lobby focus. And that's an instance. Replays is down and out. Thieves has to travel across. They did have some shockwaves down on the body, so maybe they'll be able to group up. A big max distance zone for Jamper, Avery, and Day as well. Scented and Edgy, Commandments. Not in the best of positions. They have to rotate through the side of this hill and up as well. So they have to get up before they even use any of their mobility. Meanwhile, you saw Dubs, Mega, and Illis. They were already up enough that they could use the mobility instantly. And we have to wonder now. St. Savage Stretch did not have this position in 5th zone. There was another team here, but from what I just saw, I saw people shockwaving over. And I think they might have been able to take it. That's what they're known for. Overtaking teams who are already in good positions. Meanwhile, Kanata, Macwood, and Specs. I thought it was Apex. Actually, it is Apex. Have to split up a little bit there as they got pressured. St. Savage Stretch, they did take it. They did.
Usually end up merging over. Here's Thieves, the last Lone Ranger, trying to make it towards Storm. I'm just wondering who ends up getting this elimination. If it's going to be Crunchy, anyone else, or if Zayt, Saf, and Stretch can actually pick it up. A little bit of a fishing game to see whose fishing rod Thieves will actually end up going up towards. We'll skip past that and look at the lay of the land so far. One big mountain with those Trio Titans all the way up top. And when I say all the way, I mean all the way. They are so high.
Sheesh. Next zone revealed too. Looks like Commandment is in a bit of trouble there in between Jamper, Avery, and Day. He did get his mini off though, so found some space. Saf, Zayt, and Stretch. Oh no, Stretch is down. Twexy is going to be going after this. Scoped is joining in as well. He might be able to actually protect this and potentially pick him back up. Zayt is scrambling over there to Stretch. Meanwhile, Saf has to hold on. Meanwhile, they're starting to fight for height. They break them all out. That might be the cue for them to give it up. No, Zayt has gone up, and that's the person who's knocking them down. Saf somehow, some way has found a box with Stretch, and Zayt is still hanging on. So this is usually where they falter, is when teams challenge them early and they lose one player, and that makes it so that they can't hold height. But now, if Stretch can get back up, if Saf can pick him up, they will have all 3 going to this endgame.
I don't see a red health bar anywhere, so that revive must have come through. Zayt's all the way up top too, so these guys are already rotating out and about. He's actually ended up holding height completely. There we go. The final bouncer to go, and he's up. Stretch is up, almost full HP too. These guys are sky high as that zone begins to actually drop everyone else down. Might be too high here, but no one ends up ever shooting up in these trios. There's Arrow getting picked immediately by Illis from the backside. Saf taking some focus fire from another trio, but these guys are up so high, it's going to be absolutely free for them, at least for the next 2 zones.
Meanwhile, the battle for low ground starts. It will start to go through this mountainous terrain in the center of the map, but should also be very good for low ground. Jamper, Day, and Avery right next to Scented. He gets through as well. They've got 3 elims compared to the 5 on the high ground team. Day does go down. Avery and Jamper are left alone now. Acorn has started to frag as well. Knight too. So, like we said, those 3 big trios that play for low ground right now, all up and fighting. Kanata gets out, Bizzle as well. Zypha onto Avery, Jamper left alone.
Down to 29 people and 12 teams. Jamper looking shambles, diving a box. Goes for a big pump, but 2 people are there to make sure he stops in his tracks. He has to try the clutch placement as much as possible, but that means 3 people have to go down again and again. Here's the first one. Twexy caught on the backside. He's also down on mats. Teammates alive somewhere, but nowhere close to be able to help him. Jamper has to move up and up into the sights of Saf possibly, so once again have to be very careful here. Only 1 trio's gone down so far. Jamper's found 150 pop, but I believe that's all he's going to be able to pop before the zone gets to close in.
Might have time for the med kit. Maybe not. It starts to curve. Yeah, he has to move as well. Mega, Dubs are still alive. The duo, very, very scary. But up on height, it's still Zayt, Saf, and Stretch. Finally, Commandment goes down. The shambles situation that they were in was rough to recover from, but they made it. AV, Knight, and Shark, though, a unit. All 3 alive. Now going through this low ground lair, AV will be able to rejoin. They control so much space, and there it is. Another shot on the Scented. Still, 1 alive in that one. It's edgy. Scope right above. He gets dropped down, but the kill does not go to AV, Knight, and Shark. The Elim continues forward to somebody else. Now we're in top 7 for teams, but 16 players still alive.
All these guys want is this low ground control. For them, it's not about 7 teams. It's just the one next to them, 1 layer higher, and they get dropped down again and again. This time it's Kanata still trying to survive these floor edits from AV that are absolutely lethal. No one is being able to live whatsoever, I think, bar just Kanata. Mega comes up with 2 though. Onto Eclipse. Illis going down, trades over with Dubs who gets knocked. Now 5 teams left overall. There's Kanata actually ending up going down. Still on height though, it's Sap, Zayt, and Stretch trying to fish people down from low ground with those crash pads. Shark has been taken down. A 2-man operation now with AV and Knight. 7 people left with 3 trios.
DGen, the final solo remaining out of everybody. 2 down below, it's AV and Knight. Stretch and Saf are going down to frag. Meanwhile, Zayt must have medkits or something up above to heal off with, but there's shockwaves that could interrupt that plan. AV all the way up. He is so close to Zayt, and that will cause trouble. 6 chug splashes though, and he can maybe heal off in the zone if he needs to. Knight is very low HP, and he will be able to pick that one up. Xset goes down because Zayt has the outflank onto Knight up top, and that is a big win for Zayt, Saf, and Stretch.
A win from height too. It just seemed too easy. And we were talking about the fact that not only are these guys in the tournament, they might have dooms uncontested. This time it was barely even contested. It might already be a wrap after what I saw from game number 1.
Yeah, that was a number of elims plus the 14 points from the win. Of course, we are going to look to see if that win out of Doom's Domain will be as clean as it was against Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, but that was masterful, right? Even in the final situation, even when Xset still had a hope, a dream, they played it top down. Zayt with the full control, and he ends up clutching it out because it looked like Xset might have been able to wipe Saf and Stretch on the bottom.
Yeah, they got both those picks, but not only that, these shockwaves, that was the 2nd time that Zayt single-handedly survived the shockwave onslaught, kept his team alive, and clutched up. Granted, he had those heals at the end and it was easier. It was that first retake when Stretch was down, which I thought it was over for the team. But them surviving there got them to win the entire game off of that one play.
Yeah, and you were talking about styles though. Let's bring it back a little bit to Xset. They got second in that game. They got 60 limbs at the beginning of that final situation. I'm not sure where they ended up, but in any case, a lot of elims, and they were the kings of low ground, basically. Acorn, Slacks, and Jack were in there, but they lost Jack right before they ended up having to engage. They were wiping up the floor a little bit, but then Xset came through. There was a number of other people as well engaged in that. Scented, Edgy, and Commandment ended up having to come down. Jamper, Avery, and their last player there, Day, were trying to come down as well, but Xset reigned supreme.
They're always there first, and it's all about space for these guys, right? A lot of people go low ground and they just want to be maybe on the side of zone, maybe conserving mats overall because that's what you feel like low ground's about. These guys overuse mats. They build straight into Storm. They make sure no one has any control except for them. And you saw what AV was doing because of that, right? easy edits down. Kanata getting pumped, player after player getting pumped, and 6 elims worth of points there, and the second place might be enough to make them tie with Zayt even, who's all the way in first.
Yeah. The other team that I was kind of trying to keep track of, we didn't watch them too much in the end game, but we did watch them earlier on. It was Dubs Mega and Illust, and they took out Chap Squad fairly easily without actually losing any of them, even though they got the initial pick from Chap. So from their position, the way that the zone went all the way north from where they were in that first zone, they managed to actually struggle something together across the river, across the lake, and then up from that position that we rated like 3 out of 10, 7 out, between the middle of the pack, basically, and they converted.
They were in the pack, though, not only in the middle of the pack, they were in the pack till the end of the game. I'm curious to see how many eliminations they got because they were letting them that feed between the 7th to 9th zone. It was just, I think it was fight after fight for them, right? And that was kind of the difference between, their team and then Zayt and the Xset squad, because for them, it just seemed free. They were in complete control, but Mega had to fight it out every single box.
Yeah, let's talk about that fight against Chap's crew, right? There was a pick from Chap. We didn't get to see that, but all of a sudden it exploded into a wild box fight where it looked like maybe Chap's team tried to get in with crash pads or something like that. They dove into the box because it did seem that it was lower on the ground. And you remember they had the elevation on them. How did that break out? Why did it break out? And then why was Dubs, Mega, and Illis so much better, it looked like, in that sense?
I feel like they had the advantage because they must have taken down Chap first, or Chap went down and had all the rotation on him, right? It's not only your IGL going down, but for his 2 teammates, they're like, what do you do when all your shockwaves are gone? Are you going to be able to even make that end game, or do you want to fight for that loot back? Potentially fight for that body back as well for the revive. You got to remember, Mega and Dubs were leaving these guys alive in that box, making Hoofishy seem like, is it possible for me to come back and clap, or do I have to really back off here? So that kind of bait and switch, I think, prolonged the fight. I'm not sure how that first pick started, but the fact that Chat was down, I just felt like wrapped up that trio completely.
Yeah, it was like, Dubs was down because Chap took him out, and then there was 2 instantly down, Chap and obviously not Hoofishy. I forget who they're playing with today, the 3rd player. In any case, like that was rough. Some other bright spots, or maybe not so bright spots. Replays Thieves on the outside playing with Frisk. Frisk did look to get towards the end game, or get towards the middle of the game, and did pick up something before shockwaving through and ending up falling, and Replays falling. Thieves left by himself. Can they improve, or was that just a rough position for them?
I feel like there had to have been some mistake of Frisk being out of the box. Maybe he wanted to regroup and the rotation didn't work. Because I was looking at Thieves and Replays' mats and their utility. It was full stacked. They had max mats. They had almost max crash pads, a few shockwaves. Frisk was just kind of caught out of position. I just feel like if they keep it tight-knit, connected, they'll be fine coming to the next game.
A loose cannon, maybe.
Yeah, possibly.
They did have
possibly.
They had a north side drop on Stark Lake. So that might end up giving them an opportunity to do something against Avery and Day later on, or maybe just collect some extra loot. We'll have to see how these drop spots stay, because right now there's only one spot fighting on the map. Literally only one. We're not used to that. We don't know how to break that down. I don't know what's going on, except people don't want to fight. They've learned their lesson in this lower lobby. It makes it easy for them to find drop spots, and it looks like that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we also saw like Joji taken out as well. We were watching, I believe it was Coop's trio. Running on the bridge. So there's not total trios getting removed, but I feel like we will be tuning in with that Doom's Domain fight over and over. Who knows though, right? Maybe by games 4 and 5, Stark gets assaulted like it always does in every tournament. So I'm curious to see which trio that will be that really takes that challenge over. One thing too to mention. The what?
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, one more thing to mention. The college team so far, in terms of getting off of drop, looked good, but I just don't think the loot they have is going to be ending up winning them any games today.
Yeah, I saw briefly in the mid game some flashes of 2 teams. The one that got wiped from Jamper, Avery, and Day, that was Control Harmony and Harsh out of Johns Hopkins University. And then we saw some flashes of the Ashland University team, but they looked just as shambles basically as the other team. I'm not sure where these drop spots are, but I think there's probably room for more given the space that everybody else is getting. And it didn't look like they were fighting off a spawn, so you have to keep that in mind. I think the Johns Hopkins team was coming out of Craggy because I saw them with the Rift coming over Stark Industries. You remember how they landed that first time? But Texas A&M, which we didn't necessarily see too much on screen. We just got flashes of them. We didn't focus too much on them. I saw Derpy in the end game. I saw them, maybe towards that 8th zone, 7th zone, late 7th zone, where they could definitely have accrued a number of points. And if they want to be consistent in this tournament, that is a good start, right? They're not out because, they didn't get any points or anything like that because they got wiped. But if you are there in the end game, you're feeling how this is going. You're feeling how to get there and where to move, and how the lobby plays with it. So that's a good sign for those teams.
I mean, I think reverse taught it to us best, where consistency is king when it comes to at least even playing on this region or playing trios overall. So if these guys are making every end game and improving game after game after game, even if they don't end up winning and don't win a single fight, they can still somehow perform and place in that top 3. Time will only tell.
Yeah, 100%. Guys, we are waiting on the leaderboard before we hop into game number 2, so we can show that to you and basically figure out who's at the top. We can basically figure out that it's Asaf and Stretch, but from then, right, where's the gap? How big is that gap? And so on and so forth. And then we'll hop into game 2 as soon as we can. Don't forget, this is Code Red, $25,000 tournament presented by Xfinity. So you definitely want to thank them for putting this on, thanking Code Red, Boom TV, everybody involved as well to put this on. It's really, really good for the community.
Yeah, these are also, we mentioned it at the very beginning, not only just top trios, but from what I saw that game, trios still playing out their games their way. So you guys can kind of predict how an end game will look once we get to that half and half zone. It's not like everyone's just, willy-nilly going for height. We have our low ground trios playing low ground. We have people who we expect be on top. On top, it's all about now in game number 2. How will these things change?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and look at the situation right now. Scoreboard is ready. Leaderboard is up. And of course, it is Zates on top, but only by 3 points.
Okay, so 21 total points for them. X at that low ground team ended up coming second place, 6 elims overall, 18 total points. We saw Agers on the left side, the opposite side of X set, holding low ground there as well. They got 14, so 4 points behind the X set trio. And then Slack's team, 13 overall, just a point behind.
Yeah, that was the team that I was definitely looking at to see, because they were fragging out Jack and Slacks Acorn and Jack towards the end game. Meanwhile, Edgy got 9, Dubs got 9, Eclipse got 9. We saw Coop's team following them for quite some time, but in any case, made it to the end game, possibly an elim or 2. I am surprised to see only a 7-point start from Kanata, Macwood, and his team.
There's always, just enough room overall for a few teams to be double digits to get all the way up top. In game number 1s, I'm not too worried about anyone that's, overall 9 points or 7. It'll really be what we see in games 2 and 3, going forward. The kind of patterns from every single team as to where people will be ranked. I just feel like the pedestals right now for the top 3 are ahead of everyone else. And Zate, we have to expect we see him in another game unless this West trio does something off spawn.
Yeah. It has been a pattern. I will remind you guys that Zay, Saf, and Stretch win the first game and then go on to not necessarily do the best out of anything. There has been a pattern there, and off-spawn fights end up being a reason for that. They come out really, really strong in game number 1, but then in game number 2, something doesn't go their way, and they end up falling right before they're able to move forward and claim another game. So we'll have to see how game number 2 goes against Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale. We'll have to see if Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale continue to stick it out. Of course they will, because that's their mainstay. That's where they won FNCS from, and there's no point to switch. But who knows?
The big thing too is just, looking for those times where things can change. Obviously off spawn, if we want to just look at Zate's team real quick, that's one place where things always happen. And then you mentioned it as well. That 5th zone, once it starts moving and 6 just starts over, those early height takes is another place not only Zate messes up or Zate's team messes up, where a lot of other teams can also mess up overall in the game of Fortnite, right? Those 2 moments are where things can really change game to game. So just pay attention off spawn, and then when those end game zones start to move, I think that's the best place to expect the most game-changing action.
Yeah, 100%. Especially in this format, just like you mentioned. Do we expect, thinking about if Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale are able to win out against Asaf and Stretch, do we expect them to all of a sudden have a massive influence on the game, like we said, or like we saw from Asaf and Stretch?
Hey, apparently the entire NA West scene expects it, right? Like for me, I think it's a kind of different story. I think things work a little bit differently around in East. There's like a certain level of respect that the high ground team kind of garners from how they play, what they, spray at, who they're actually picking as targets. And I feel like, Rex, Epic, Will, they choose targets very differently than a lot of teams do when they're on height. They usually end up focusing one team a lot, leaving sometimes a blind spot open, right? Especially on East. So that could be a problem for them coming into those later zones.
Yeah, and I've been watching them for a long time in these invitationals, playing on NA East, and it feels like when they have a full trio, their normal trio that they're always playing with, it doesn't go too well when they're playing on NA East. But when all of a sudden they have, one NA East player or they're split up, all of a sudden they're winning the tournament or coming in second or something like that. So maybe that's just, a little quirk that I noticed. But in any case, things will always be different. The situation can unfold in many, many different ways going forward in this tournament. We're waiting on the next lobby to start. And I think before we do that, we will toss to a quick break. So stay with us as you don't want to miss game number 2 of Boom TV. Moments away from game number 2 of the Code Red $25,000 tournament presented by Xfinity. And so far we saw Staff and Stretch come out on top.
Now it's time for change. It's time to see if anyone can actually upset them or what actually ends up happening with all these low ground teams, because it feels like that's all that's going to be left, right? Zayt just wins the tournament.
Isn't that how it always feels like, man? Like literally every time we watch a Zay Saf and Stretch, or just Zay and Saf in a custom type lobby, especially one like this where they have free reign, right? They can rotate really, really easily. They don't have to worry about surge. They don't have to worry about so many things that we always have to consider. Now, it's just like, hey, we're just going to shockwave on height. Yeah, it's fine. You can't fight us.
You want to take the time to just talk about what we always talk about every tournament? I can start if you want. Like, let's talk about Dooms and Starks as a drop spot, two of the strongest drops on the map, and we got to look at them every time. Is there anything else we have to cover?
Yeah, no, I think that's we could cover dead side rotates maybe a little bit. There was one team that had a sick dead side rotate, Nate Hill and crew. Yeah.
Wow. It was risky. There's fights that happen when teams were boxed up side by side. Chap's team and then Riverson's team as well. That's troublesome. You got to be careful. You can use shockwaves to get from one point of the map to the other fast. Got to remember that too. Boom. But let's jump into game number 2 and look at the serious notes of what actually happens in the early game. I think we have to look at where some of these top teams are dropping. For Macwood and Kanata, it's Steamy Stacks.
Yeah, literally exactly like you said at the beginning of the tournament. I was like, oh, maybe Steamy Stacks will be something important to watch. And yeah, it is. Kanata, Macwood, and Apex won the Cash Cup yesterday. Thinking of things to always say over and over and over. The Cash Cup yesterday. That means they are, moving through, going to do well, potentially. Looking up in the top left, though, once again, the Doom's Domain fights. But a third team might be in the fray, or they're just gliding right over top. But this might be a big old 50-50, actually.
That could be 50-50, could be a 33-33-33. But let's see what happens and who can be that wild factor to have the extra 1%. Right now, Zayt's on the actual same house as another trio. So getting a first chest, doesn't actually get the weapon from it. I think that might have been a FAMAS off the floor, but no one is left here. So he gets to control at least one side of the map. Over at Lazy Lake, another fight breaks down. Riverson is already injured, knocked down, bleeding out. TJ is looking for a way to possibly get to his body.
Oh, no. Not looking good. This is hilarious, too, because, of course, we saw Riverson, the way that he went over to play. With the guys on the other side, Dubs, Mega, and Illis this time. And right now, TJ caught Genesis. I don't know if they made it in the first game or not, because I don't think we saw this fight break out. There's 21 teams now instead of 20.
Yep, that is the number differential. We did have a fat 2-0 last game. Now it's a
shockwave.
Okay, hold up. Now it's a shockwave barrage up top, and it's caught Genesis, who's in trouble. Getting chased down. Those metal ramps will not be thick enough. Actually, it just might. Illis actually drops right back.
Those are thick, boy. Jeez. He's still under the stairs, though. Mega will get him in the box, but it doesn't matter if you get him in the box. If there's a shotgun in your face, Dubs is trying to come over the backside and caught Genesis. I thought he would have run out of the thick walls, but no. The Siphon now gets him even more, and Illis is right over quickly to try to get the cheeky reboot onto Mega. Meanwhile, Dubs will continue the pressure. Yes, he tags caught Genesis again. TJ, you got to help your teammate. What are you doing? He's behind this
no
wall.
mats. No mats, bro. I can't reach you, but I got minis. Let me know if you need those minis.
I'll toss them to you.
There's no chance. There's no shot unless there is from this gray burst. But now Dubs knows exactly where TJ is. Pocket pistol. Okay, it could work. But he's on one of those thick metal ramps again.
He still hasn't peeked outside of that one shot. Meanwhile, Arkram is down. Saf has engaged him. And that, of course, is going to be a quick fight where basically nobody has any materials. Although, being that that's the first elim that I've even seen from that fight. What is this? What is this?
This is
literally stuck up a tree like a cat. Call the fire department. Dubs.
Wait a minute.
Are you gonna volunteer? No, hold on. What?
Wait a minute. Wee woo, wee woo. Fire marshals are here. Not only got the cats, but they got Dubs too. No chance for this man. He's cooled down, and now it's all up to caught Genesis to see if he can collapse here. No, it's Illis getting knocked down as well. Caught in the 1v1. I don't know what's going on. Mega's team wins.
Mega's team wins the surprise Lazy Lake contest between two teams mixed up of former teammates within them. And Mega Dubs and Illis will come out on top. They'll be able to go reboot. Dubs, don't forget this started by a quick reboot from the other side because God Genesis took out Dubs that early time. Meanwhile, TJ was just hiding behind the wall the entire time, but that's one fight down. Looking at the top left, there has been another fight down too. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch have 3 elims once again and are in the vault once again.
But their arrows are beige/white, and there is a purple arrow team in Doom's domain, which means another challenge to face. Also, might have to take a referee to look at that 3v3 that happened in Lazy Lake. Because you mentioned there was a reboot. That would make it a 4v3. That is not fair.
Oh,
at least the fire marshals, right?
Oh, make it a 3v3 once again. Man, I don't know where the math is going.
7v3
incentive out of Misty Meadow are quick on top right now, and they're getting a big wide stance on this. Edgy behind Mega. Commandments. They're stupid names. They are duo partners now, so I
called
guess
him
it's fine if we
Kamada
mix
last
them
game,
up.
so you're fine. It's not that bad. It's the demons, man. I just can't. I need some exorcisms out here, bro.
Yeah, seriously. These demons gotta get out of my brain.
What song is that?
I don't know. Probably enough to get DMCA'd.
True. We gotta be careful. We gotta be very careful.
They're not even gonna fight, man. I swear they had such good positions. It looks like Edgy's still on the backside, or was that scented again? Duo partners, I don't even know. Finally, Commandment taking shots at Dubs. Dubs is low HP still. That fight took a long time where they don't have all the heals gathered up from Lazy Lake. So if they do engage, it could be really nice. And we obviously saw in the feed, Commandment sent it to Edgy, saw in the feed how that fight was unfolding. So it might be a quick push and a calculated push from them, but another fight as well. This is so weird. This amount of fights breaking out this quickly in a lobby like this. Replays, Frist, and Thieves trying to hang on against Avery, Day, and Jamper.
If they can't win a fight somewhere near the end game, let's try maybe somewhere earlier. But right now, too, Thieves' his life stolen away from him. He's knocked out. Frist and Replays looking to try to survive, but we saw the way Avery's just so good. Jamper wrapping up fights, doesn't matter who their third is. This time it's Day, which makes things even more difficult and drastic. This is just like, oh, okay, never mind. Okay.
Oh,
Frist. Oh,
I wish that was the Frist that hits every single shotgun shot in the end game. Posted on
You calling
Twitter,
it
people are
washed?
like, "Wait, what?" No, I'm just saying it wasn't that one.
That's
I'm not
true.
calling anybody anything.
Okay.
It just wasn't that
Okay.
one. Simple
True.
things. You know, he hit the first shot, made us jaw drop a little bit, but the follow-up ain't there. The follow-up is everything in that one. This fight will not break out. It'll be sent to Edgy, and Commandment disengaging first, breathing some life into Dubs, Mega, and Illust, who will try again to rise up the leaderboard. Another team on the backside too. Looks like they might be, what is that? Might be in a car on the side of that lake. They have to disengage down south too. Meanwhile, the side everybody needs to go to, there's nobody.
And there's like, we were talking about dead side rotates. This just looks like a dead side map, to be honest. Every team in a POI, no one claiming hills anywhere just yet. We won't see Storm Surge for a long time though, so that could be one of those reasons.
Or at all. I mean, we did see it in the 7 zone, I'd guess, but
It didn't even lock in, man.
yeah.
It just scares
I
low ground
wasn't
teams.
super paying attention.
It's just a jump scare. It's for like that one unconfident guy in your trio to be like, guys, I need to go for frags in the back of the tarp. I need to not communicate with you and leave you behind.
Are you taking shots at me right now?
No, that's me. I was taking shots on myself.
Okay, I was gonna say.
I got big issues with comms, man.
Another fight. This one at Risky Reels. It's unknown. Smacked and Casker. They're in the box. They've gotten one. YKel down below. This is Nate Hill's team with Bank as well. It looks like Nate Hill, I saw fall directly off of spawn. And maybe they were only left with 2. Either way, that was a clean fight from Smacked, Unknown, and Casker.
It was quick too. So
Wait, they only have one Elam. What?
that little orange
Confusion.
arrow. Was that a full finish?
It must have just been. They must have caught him
Yeah.
stuck, fought him
Okay.
as a solo, and then the other guy escaped. Yeah. And I
Ends up
thought
happening
that
like
you heard two pump shots, and you
Yeah.
saw two things go down in the feed. I didn't look at the name. It was just the same guy over and over.
52 players this time though. The lobby's looking a little bit lighter. You know how it goes, but by a few players. Things are getting
Yeah.
slightly more spicy.
We had 3 teams down. Last time it was 2.
Okay, so they're looking slightly Creole then.
But it's the same amount, right? Considering we had an extra team this time. So
Slightly mild then. I'm just going
Yeah.
off the heat charts right now. I'm trying to find the appropriate word.
the Scoville chart.
Scoville, yes. This is what would you call it? Call the number on the Scoville chart. Just say a number.
I don't even know the units. It's like 20,000.
That's hot. That
No, I
would be
don't
like
think that's
84
hot.
people alive. 20,000? Can
I think that's not hot. No.
we get a Scoville check? Or can we
Scoville
get
units. Ranking 10 peppers.
we could ask chat
Yeah.
too what they think of would you give this a
Jalapeno
hot or
is
a mild?
2,500 to 10,000. Okay.
So you're saying 20k, bro. That's like World Cup stacked.
No, come on, man. World Cup stack is like 500,000.
True. What about this fight? I give this fight a mild 30k. Coop, Tabs, and Joji picking things up.
Who did they just
wait a
take out?
minute.
This is actually scary. It's Acorn and Jack on the backside. You got to rank this higher. Joji, Coop, and Tabs are moving through them. Like the walls are just wood, but they're brick and metal. They don't care. They've already potentially found one. They just got to find the other. They've actually secured the loot. So Acorn on the other side. Oh, what are they doing? Is this a bait? Were they trying to bait him, act like they were fighting somebody? But in reality, they know that they're both on top, so. He was shooting the
From what I
floor.
see. But it was making kind of like a shield sound. That's what's got me messed up. Either way, this entire fight reminds me of what happens when you eat peppers, man. Just like, it's just messy, you know, rough. The next day, you just don't feel too good. This is happening for Acorn and Jack so far. Slacks is down. Reboot van's in sight, though. They could go to Holly.
I don't think they got it. They cleaved them out of that low ground so fast. I don't think they got the van. But he is going to Holly, so take that back. Meanwhile, Scented, Edgy, and Commandments. Uh-oh. We've got Coop, Tabs, G, and Joji right in front of them once again, and they look like they want to posture to force their way through this ugly, broken building.
They're renovating, man. Inspirationally.
Okay.
Wood builds
they stopped
replaced.
anyways. It is
I
an ugly
predict
building.
one of these 3 teams makes the top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm putting
Why?
my money.
Give me your analytical.
Why? Because
Yes.
I've never seen anyone on a wide shot when there's an orange tree not make the top 3 out of one of 3 teams. I was gonna say I've never seen 2 pretty best friends, but that might not be a reference that everyone gets.
I think we're there in the Fortnite community. I think that everybody understands that.
Everyone understands that reference? Okay, then I apologize for making that reference right after I made it as well, because it is a very annoying
Yeah.
reference. But past
Thank
that
you.
fact, I would say Commandment is the team in the top 3. What are your thoughts out of those 3? Their building skills on replacing walls just look better.
Yeah. Okay. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I think that's solid analysis. Psych. I won't offer any counter analysis, you know.
That's what I'm looking for, though. That's what I came to the
Yeah,
shop
but
today
I'm
to
not.
find. You gotta help
I
me
need
out
some
here,
eye
man.
drops for that.
Oh, true. Hey, did you know Roto has digi eye drops?
I like this. Okay, I'll agree with your assessment. They
Now you're
look
chiming
to
in,
fight
okay.
possibly, and then they disengage. They're trying to get the classic scented commandment and edgy. They're trying to find that position where they'll be able to thrive. But I think you're really right to not put them winning the game. Because if you said that, I would say, oh, no, this team, for whatever reason. Oh!
Want to take that back?
Man,
You wanna take that
no,
back?
I'm not going to take it back still, but they
Okay.
did just take out Zayt, Sav, and Stretch. And Hello? Sentin has 3 elims? I think I just saw them all together. Did he just wipe them?
Yes, he did. My man has eaten physical in real life peppers and he is hot. And I feel like this is one of those games where, you know, that classic tale in stories where you eat, how do I even explain this? You consume like another power or another being, and you get that being's powers. He just learned after that trio wipe how to get first place in the game. He took out Zayt, Sap, and Stretch.
So they're going to go for height.
Yes, they're going for height. They're going to win the game. Simple. 6 shockwaves, man. I think they have at least 9 in the total trio inventory. I haven't even seen the other 2, but they must.
Solid case if you believe in anime fairy tales. Sweaty Sands in zone, but just barely. Smack Casker unknown, a little farther north in the open space.
Indeed. I'm looking at
I'm just
cluster
mixing words
pods right
together.
now. This is like kind of reminds me of like a Google office. The zone. Actually, I've
Where they
never
have,
seen
like,
a Google office before. They
billiards
have, like,
in the basement. They have like Wii U's everywhere.
no, they have those like little sleeping pods that people can like, you know,
Oh, dude,
like
I
pods all the
wish.
way around. Yeah. Or like it kind of reminds me of like a middle school cafeteria with tables organized, evenly spread
Okay.
out, and you know.
Wait, are you talking
everyone-
about the lobby in general or just that house? I'm very confused.
No, I was talking about the mini map, bro. Look at the mini map.
Oh,
Like, every
okay,
trio
okay.
is spaced out. Look at the bottom left. It's so cute. These
Yes.
guys are evenly spaced apart.
Not for long. You can see where this is going. There's gonna be 2 teams in Sweaty Sands and everybody else right on top of each other.
Yeah, it's gonna be a food fight soon. It's match 2 of 6 still though, and we have 6 to go today at the Code Red.
That was great, man. Somebody's
Wait.
got to put a mashup right now of what Shia is saying. This is game 2 out of 6, and we got 6 games to go.
Technically, we do have 6 games to go overall today. I just missed
Yes.
the word. Wait a minute,
Okay.
Lazar P, new strategy, alert, double botation, stratation, rotation,
Team Rocket.
blasting off again. Do you know the
I
whole
don't-
rhyme?
No, I don't. I used to. It's a good time. I think they're just using this pressure.
Nah, there's no way.
Dude,
The
they're
Rams are
literally-
angled, man.
I know, but dude,
They
yeah,
are
it's just literally mortar fire.
They actually have a war
Dude, they
base
have a
with
mech.
turrets.
They literally have a mech. They have a based up brute. I don't know how else to say it. These are the missiles from the brute.
They need a 3rd boat.
If they had a 3rd boat, they would win the game. The
their
entire
third
lobby would just
player?
end up fighting.
Who's that guy on height?
Eclipse.
He's
No.
slacking.
Lazar, no, Zypha.
Zypha slacking.
Zypha, get down there. Are there even multiple boat spawns in Sweaty?
I think there's 2, like guaranteed.
Yeah, there's one. No, I think there's only
Whoa!
one. on
Wait a
top of it.
minute. What?
I knew that they were trying to do some shenanigans right there. They let the boats refresh, and then once you jump out of one, you get the other cooldown. So
And
they
then you jump
basically
in the
shoot
other.
4 rockets. Yeah, exactly.
And then you jump with the other. Then you jump with the other.
Yeah, but it does end up going away. I'm gonna guess. That's usually how that type of how can I politically call this? That type of clever use of game mechanics works.
Yes. The mechanic manipulation.
Yes.
MM.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's what they're
He's
talking
doing it
about
from the
when they say
same
that?
boats.
Wait
It's not
a
even 2 different
second.
boats. It's the same boats. Wait a minute.
Lazar P, where did you discover this? The Eclipse are just doing it while floating
the
forward.
same boats.
Oh, that's hilarious. I feel like I should have known about this.
Hey, chapter 2 season 4 is
Actually, I
here.
did. Isn't that literally what that clip, remember, with the Pirates of the Caribbean theme with Bucky was? Wasn't he doing that in DreamHack
I thought there was
solos?
like, no, I actually don't know. The only thing that I can think of is when you would re-enter max to get double boosts, triple boosts, and unlimited boosts over and over.
Yeah, I remember that.
They must be built from the same alloy. Like the both the mechs and the boats. That's the only thing I can really
alloy.
The same alloys. All right, we're in 43 people, 16 teams. It means only 5 have gone down. If you did the math, that'd be 6 though. If Wildcow goes down as well.
Poor
It's
White
6 now. Unfortunate.
You get X set down below you, and you have Unknown, Casker, and Smacked up above you. Oh, wait, what? Mac would just shockwave for height, and then Unknown just shockwave them both out. Was that a big brain play, or was that just complete luck? Because Macwood falls into Casker's box and dies because of that, but now Unknown is completely split from them. And he just bounces back up. I think that was just big brain. What?
Had to be. And I might have called it incorrectly. Because if Unknown, Smacked, and Casker have height, they usually end up never letting it up.
Ooh.
Kanata though. Okay, so it was Eclipse that was caught lacking the whole time. Without boats, it seems like this trio doesn't know what to do.
Okay. Kanata moves quickly back in that box too. He has a lot of space as a solo somehow, some way, and even finds some more. Plus some crash pads, drop the minis. Yes, plenty of mobility to boot. And this could be a bouncer shockwave as well. Gets all the way forward. Might land on Casker. Completely ruined that idea. No, he's going to get down below. And now we have Casker, Unknown, and Smacked up on height. Avery, Jamper, and Day are all alive. Kanata will start to look at them, but not for long. Eclipse, Lazarp, and Zypha. They don't have a boat anymore, but they're still together down on low.
Looking for that big shoot forward. There it is, slightly split apart. Eclipse takes some zone damage, but ends up getting together once again. And here are Scented, Edgy, and Commandment all the way back down on low ground, so then actually go up for height. But we know that Commandment has up to 6 shockwaves in his inventory. And right now, I only see 2 crash pads on Unknown. Not sure what Smacked and Casker have, but they might not have enough to stop an onslaught of shockwaves over at them on height.
It might not. Casker still has 2. And they're playing fairly split. Unknown ulti high. Casker playing directly below him. They can reconnect. Unknown with the beams down onto Harsh and onto Strap. Jamper down below. He still has Day to play with. Commandment is alive as well. There's a shockwave that broke some out. Unknown will come all the way down and go right back to ulti height. I like this a lot, the way that they're playing this. They don't have all the tools, but in any case, Commandment alive with Edgy, but Scented is now down, the player who wiped Zayt, Saf, and Stretch and gave everybody else an opportunity to win in this game. They're moving forward on the mid-ground layer themselves.
He's the lifeline for this trio. He has all the mobility. That's why they're actually keeping track of his body. Maybe even getting that revive. I see that green plus sign next to his name. He might come up once again. The high ground trio, though, still surviving, and it's actually Commandment that gets pumped out while that revive is trying to happen. Pexi, Scope, and Tahi, another trio alive on the right side. 11 left, 27 players left alive as well. Unknown is so far up high in the sky, just beaming down. I'll be surprised if anyone can take over height. And because of a shockwave, Smack goes down. Casker and Unknown are the only people left who can possibly try to hold on to height.
Man, and he's so high. I don't see how this goes unless nobody else looks up once again. Chat, Who Fishing, and Crunchy still alive in this one. They've got 4 elims. It's a shockwave 4. They might be in the box of somebody else. No, they survived for now. Aegis and Degens on the back side. They were up in 3rd. Last we checked the leaderboards. I'm not sure if Xset is fully alive. I see Slacks, Acorn, and Jack down on low ground, so no Xset means that they might be out in the 2nd place team. Chat, Who Fishy, Crunchy, they fell early in game number 1. Now they have an opportunity to really have a say on this end game and move up the leaderboards, catch back up. Crunchy goes down, though, just as I say that.
Unknown comes all the way down as well to see if he can get a few more elims close and personal wise. Chap, though, is active. Big pump shots. Shield Fish, if he can pop both, would be huge for him, too. He's now a fully shielded machine almost, looking for the next shot to take. Chuck sees wall, gets the edits, doesn't
Ooh.
actually see the shot there though. Quick resets. Chap is looking lively right now and landing
Yeah.
shots, making sure his box is staying secure.
Right now, Chat might be a machine. We'll see if all the joints are oiled up. Chat moving forward. It's Jack, Acorn, and Slacks all box to box, though, and there is no chance you're surviving out of that when you're stuck in that situation. Casker now against Illis. Illis looks like he's by himself. He will dive the box against Casker, but he will hold on. Unknown, his teammate, is so good at that he probably has practiced so many times. Now, though, height being taken. Oh, it's bouncing back and forth. It's a bouncy house. Agers is now the person on height, too.
Clown color of a zone, everyone just kind of occupying the same seat, box to box. Slacks goes down, unknown there with a big pop, gets the refresh too, but how long will we be able to survive? Jack is trying to climb towards zone and actually gets back 180 shot back onto unknown, wins the game. Look at the elim count too, 9 total eliminations for this team. That is a strong win.
Yeah, that was huge. 9 elims plus the victory royale, 23 points. Definitely going to be putting themselves up there against Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, but they did get the 3 points Zayt, Saf, and Stretch did in the early game against Arkham, Epic, Will, and Rex, so we'll have to keep that in mind as we wait for the standings to come through. But what a game, and actually surprising how crazy that final moment got.
Yeah, it was kind of like a violin in one of those scary movies. Like it's just going, getting higher and higher, and then suddenly that jump scare happens and everyone is just bouncing. You couldn't even keep track of it at the end. It was, though, Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, who were staying box to box, that got that win because they were just playing together.
Yeah, and they fragged out the entire time. Remember Chap, who started to look like he had some sort of groove to him, lighter on his step through those edits and whatnot, was not able to find anything. Just 100 pump on somebody who was kind of irrelevant to what he was fighting eventually. And then he goes into the actual brick wall of Acorn, Slacks, and Jack. When they're playing together, they're always so close together in the low ground that when they fight somebody, it's all 3 of them against one every time.
Yeah, 3 and 1 were 2 things we kept seeing in terms of the types of players alive, but 2 was also a big number in terms of smacked, Casker, and unknown, because I think it was smacked that goes down to fall damage, leaves these guys alive as a duo. I feel like if he was up, they could have wrapped up that game easily.
And then there was also Commandments, Commandant, whatever you want to call him. Commandments sent it an edgy who had a good position. They took out Zay, Saf, and Stretch, moved through in that game, but then ended up faltering. And it was because of one of those other low ground teams like Slack, Acorn, and Jack that they ended up faltering. They fell. Somebody got edited down. It was kind of a complete mess from there. We'll have to see if that continues for them. They did have a decent game 1. Game 2 was also decent, but it's not near the level that these winning teams are putting out.
Yeah, it's like, why do people even choose, knowing who's in the lobby and what happened in game number 1, to stay on low ground? That's my question. Just adjust, stay on mid. These guys had the shockwaves to stay up too. It's an easy solution.
There was the one team, it felt like basically everybody knew, is it Zayt, Seps?
Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, go on.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that.
I got you.
My translator. Everybody knew that they went down, right? Then Unknown, Casker, and Smacked ended up pushing for height. They got it. And then there's only one person, literally one person. It wasn't even 2 out of that team. One person in Macwood tries to take it. And then he lands on top of height. Somebody starts to fight him, and Unknown shockwaves out completely, breaks them both down, including his teammate. Macwood ends up falling in a box and going down. But after that, there was nobody until the final moments challenging for height.
Yeah, those 5th zone kind of counter plays, right? We saw it with Zay as well. I think he did the exact same thing. Bard, like, instead of trying to eliminate someone in the way Casker did, he was trying to make Stretch stay alive for the revive, right? In game number 1. It's always during the 5th zone we see these quirky plays. The 9th zone where we see crazy stuff happen. Then off spawn where we see stuff we don't expect. That first game, man, Lazy Lake was like a party house. It was literally just like a place to be if you wanted to fight off spawn.
Yeah, there was a new team called Genesis, Riversun, and the last person was TJ, I think. All of a sudden, they take out Dubs. Scott Genesis is like running away like a madman against 2 people trying to chase him through. They get the reboot, and then it's like quiet, and then they all dive on top of each other again, and then Scented, Commandment, and Edgy come in and kind of stalemate the fight. which was kind of disappointing to me. It looked like they had a really good position to take that, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying TJ was a part of that trio. You could have put a sentry, a turret there or something, because this man was just staying behind the fence for like 5 minutes. And the funny part was that like no one ended up finding him. Dubs was going for that chase, never ended up actually getting the elimination. And they got a reboot off as well, making it, I would say, a 4v3, which could be slightly unfair. Hey, you know how it goes. But still, another team rolled in as well. A lot of people rotating through Lazy Lake. Past that too, we saw one of those college trios once again survive towards I think the 8th zone overall. So
I think they might have all survived to endgame. I don't know who made it towards the 8th or deeper, but we'll get a chance to look at the leaderboard to figure that out. I think there was all of the college teams made it through because we saw pretty much everybody get wiped, right? We saw the Lazy Lake fight, we saw the Doom's Domain fight, and then we saw the fight in the middle of the map with no, not the middle of the map, Stark Island with Replays Thieves and Frist against Avery, Jamper, and Day. So weird when people switch up. But that was basically where it happened. No other college teams fell. No other teams fell until Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, I felt.
Yeah, I mean, we can really look at the scoreboard and actually see exactly where things shape up overall in the Code Red tournament so far. It will be Slax's team with Acorn and Jack at the top, 38 points, 8 points ahead of Dubs' team at 30.
Yeah, I did not expect to see Dubs' team here at 30. Of course, they had that good game one, but in any case, they pushed their way way up. And that combination seems to be working out quite nicely. Illis fitting in well with Dubs and Mega so far. Agers, Degen, and his crew, 28 points. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch only got 3 points that game, so they do not improve that much. Xsets also still hang slightly behind because they weren't anywhere to be found in that last one, but Slacks dominates.
Yeah, another pattern too from 5th to 7th place is another tie. We saw that in game number 1 as well at 9 points. I was jumping up all the way to 22. So these teams really have to start to get their team on the board. They need to start paying attention during the late game, understanding what the best position is to take, because clearly we have Ages and Xset on low. If Zayt survives, he's up at height. If not, Unknown will be there now. And Avery is just a staple to be there in every single leaderboard because I think their team is taking the most mid-game fights we've seen so far.
Yeah, actually, both games they took once against Replays and once against the college team.
Successfully,
so I think that is
fast.
Yeah, both of them. Positionally, it was different spaces both times, but in any case, definitely taking mid-game fights, which you would think about that team as more of a consistent type team who's not taking these risks, especially coming out of Stark. But that's clearly different today. I wonder why.
Yeah, I just feel like when there's lesser amounts of teams overall and you find one to track down, you were mentioning it in game number 1, it's so much easier. You have more time and you can actually drag out that fight very patiently, right? And they've done that twice now. They look for that first pick, they base up, they pinch. The fight takes like a minute and 30 seconds overall. Then they move on with no casualties. So I feel like this format, this amount of teams in the lobby really works out for these guys.
Yeah, that's how it worked out both times in a row. Calm, cool, collected, no casualties, like you said, not spending any of their shield. And from there, moving forward, I do wonder what happened to Kanata, Macwood. The way that they took that height felt lackluster. Kanata left by himself and towards the end. We already talked about the height hold from Unknown in them, but where was his team? Where was Specs? Where was Kanata in Macwood's height take? It looked disjointed in a sense. Kanata left by himself to try something, but nothing worked.
Yeah, I think it was just full trust was not only the thing that got them to that point, but then also got them to that unfortunate point. So, I think maybe the follow through was kind of an error for the whole team. Maybe Macwood got up a bit too early. Regardless, in game 3, they can fix all that.
Game 3 out of 6. Epic Whale, Rex, and Arkham once again going towards Doom's Domain. Nothing changing there whatsoever. And this will be the time to change your spot on the standings to really solidify a chance in this tournament. For some, that might start to be fleeting. But for now, still so many in contention.
Let us look at this team in Doom's Domain with 3 total trios on the map.
I think that the colors are misleading in live spec. I think you're so used to replay. Because I think whenever you're on somebody, it's a different color.
Oh, for real? For real?
Yeah.
That would actually make a lot more sense. Especially with
We're
the fact
learning.
that there's like henchmen at Doom's domain.
Dude, it's so hard. It's
So it's a
so
3v3.
hard. It is a 3v3. Nothing has changed except the match that we're in. How many matches are left, by the way?
Then we have 6 more games to go.
We have 3.
Three
Well,
more.
technically
Thank you.
4, including this one.
And that's
Yeah, I just
also if you're
broke
just
your mind.
talking from like, you know, our time standpoint. Because like if you're talking about in the future, we could only have like 2 or 1 more to go.
What?
Time is a social construct, man. It's crazy when you really dive deep.
What?
Yeah, it gets wild. But Arkham this time is looking to deal damage first. I feel like,
This isn't Interstellar, bro. I don't know what you're doing.
dude, it's. I'm just saying. There's patterns, man. You can look at them forwards and backwards. You know how it goes.
Okay, the shockwave comes through. They've seemed to isolate Arkham. Stretch is fighting against him, but Arkham gets backed over towards the top. Oh no, Stretch gets broken out by Zayt. His crash pad misses. He falls. The opportunity gone. Arkham is completely disengaged. Saf was just taking pot shots from range. He's now trying to find a gap through the windows, but those are not there. Arkham Rex and Epic Whale don't appear to have the card as of right now. It's possible that Mr. Doom himself was inside the helicopter hangar right off a break. Now Stretch and crew are trying to force them to take the porta potty back, and Saf is now trying to hold off against that. But in the meantime, they find a gap to find Zayt. Low HP, they back off. Stretch will be left alone. No crash pads, nothing to escape this. He goes up top and waits.
I think they have a shot at getting that card, getting shielded up while Stretch distracts. And they come back with a big boom boom clap. But Arkham's already leaving. Rex and Epic Whale following. Rats on the low ground. Is Stretch an exterminator or is he allergic to rodents? That's the big question right now. No shots being taken. He's just keeping track. He sold
Did they
the
get
story that
shield?
the whole trio is gone to the vault.
That's important, but did he actually... Okay, they did get inside the vault, but still not shielding up. Wondering... There we go, finally. Some life. They pushed him back long enough to get this off. Stretch, like you said, has sold the story, but he's still just right back up at the castle. Which actually, given the fact that he has now all the information that they left, might be perfect for him to call to his team to just take the porta potty back up towards the castle and then set up a position, force Arkham Rex and Epic Whale to push away. But this is definitely the most intricate fight we've seen thus far. And it looks like the West Boys might have to disengage.
They're going to be going out for free. You got to remember, with less teams on the map, you can find more loot around. Still, Stretch might have a free beam. 17 bullets only, though, so I understand why he's being so picky with the shots.
Also only 8 builds. If he gets caught out, then that might be wraps.
That's true. And these guys are shambles themselves.
Yeah.
40 builds overall, not that much ammo, gray pumps. What is Stretch doing?
He's doing Stretch things. They have no clue that he's still on that north side of Doom's domain, so he's just trying to get a position where he can beam one and hopefully win the fight again. Otherwise, in my mind, probably time to disengage. We already saw the loot too. It's not going to get them that much more. Oh no, oh no, oh no! He
It's
misses!
That's 1 of 7, though.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. Arkham's going right back in.
That is a crazy play, but it makes sense right on top of Stretch. Stretch low mats. We already know that for sure. Saf will almost take off the head there, but it's not quick enough. They'll group up and splash. Just a little bit of damage traded. Zayt's now pushing and flanking on the south side. Situations are now reversed for the 3rd time this game. And really, it's only combats on the side of and our GTSM in liquid.
There is one play that could possibly happen, and he's pulled it out. A gas can shot. I see wood builds. I see perfect trajectory of height. I see Arkham going for another big jump across to a different house, maybe looking for more ammo, or at least to just refarm.
They're starting to squeeze them. They're starting to force them much, much closer to each other. Rex is the only person really hanging on to any position of significance for them. Epic Whale and Arkham have grouped up on the same house. Where's Stretch? Still down below, or?
He has to be.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. Rex actually
no.
broke it. So many builds used. And he got
He
knocked.
fell. Oh, no. Rex. A beautiful play from Zayt, but Rex is now out of it. Stretch will take that opportunity now to fight against Arkham, but the combat's not doing the work. No, the combat is not doing the work at all. Arkham will get the finish onto Stretch just as Saf comes in. There is a siphon though, and there the combat finally does do some work. Epic Whale left on his own with only 30 or so HP, and he's down below fighting against Zayt's. Such good ARs on the backside of this. Zayt will just continue to run back. Epic Whale probably running out of materials too. And here comes Saf and Zayt to peek at the same time. Wonderful stuff.
And they have zone 2, so reboots are going to be easy peasy, beautiful. Doom's domain
again,
wrapped up.
Jamper and Avery are fighting once again. This time I think it's against a different college team instead of the same one from last time. Dubs, Illis, and Mega. While they had the scrap against Riversun last time, now it's also potentially fighting against Bizzle, who is known for basing up early inside the center of this map. He's playing with Strep and Paper. Haven't seen much from them at all today.
I think we saw a little bit of Strep in an end game that was just unknown picking him up.
Yeah.
Nothing too in control from this trio, which is odd because usually they are. It might just be the lobby size. Sometimes people thrive more when it's more difficult. Round 3 for first replays and thieves. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Right, it's looking pretty decent for them right now. I think he just got a drop right on the edge of the mountain. There's a team camping down below on the rifts. Looking at the map right now. Sweaty Sands still a team. Holly Hedge is still a team. Wondering what the team in between them is really doing. I guess there's potentially a rift there that they're going to group up on as well. Slurpy Swamps contained right now from Acorn Jack and Slacks. All still doing some looting. We'll come out into Weeping Woods. They'll have plenty of opportunities, but so far, well done from Mega, Illis, and Dubs to claim this hill very, very fast.
That zone goes into Weeping though. No hills will really matter. A little bit of a high-low ground split. No communication between those two realms because of the trees. And right now, I'm not sure what trio that is that just found that airdrop, but they'll find the llama too, so they get a big buff. Meanwhile, no Mark 51s left over at Starks. Nate Bank and YCal will have to walk all the way to zone.
No rifts either, but no fancy names for those.
I'm thinking now.
Yeah? You got a name for us?
What's that dude's name from Save the World? The guy who made the V-Bucks?
The Visitor?
Oh, man.
Vindertech? Mr. Vindertech?
Vindertech, yeah. So I think calling it the Vindertech Rift 2.0 is the wave.
Why did you add it 2.0?
Because the 1.0 Rift was always in Wailing Woods. That was the OG Rift that they made. Every Rift after that would be like an improvement or whatever, or another version. Boom!
We need the Law and Order sound.
Dun dun. That's Law and Order.
Or
right
no,
now.
we need the
Miami 5-0.
Nah.
Oh, you're talking about X-Files. X-Files.
Yeah, we need the X-Files theme.
One of those. Is it the History Channel? I don't even know. I'm scared for this trio, man. Every time they have Frist on hot rotation loot, something just goes wrong.
Remind me what you're referencing.
The last two games.
The rotation, like
Yeah,
like shockwaves or something.
Like first having a shockwave or a crash pad, and then suddenly just ending up using them, going down first, and then
yes,
the rest of the trio was like, wait a minute, something's
well, it was
wrong.
game 1. Game 2, they were just build fighting. No.
Felt yeah, but like they I think one of these guys got beamed really hard using a shockwave in that build fight. Uh-oh. All right, Nate's good. Everyone now kind of switching over. What do you see?
I was just trying to figure out what just happened to
Crunchy.
I was like,
got crunched, man.
Crunchy. Because we were looking at Hufishy, so I thought that they were in the box with him and they were like picking him up or something, but no, it was just guns to his face. He was in the box of unknown Casker and smacked. How do you find yourself in this predicament, you ask? You will never know.
The mysteries of Fortnite. There are many and few in between. I never understood that line.
I don't even know. Chap, Hufishy, and Crunchy, by the way, went into 11th place with the performance that they had. Like, it was a decent clutch attempt by Chap, Hufishy, but like they were all up and towards the end game. Game 1, it wasn't like that, right? Now, well, game 1, they just got wiped completely. Yeah. Now they basically right in the middle, losing one of their teammates, but still have an opportunity to say something. What is going on? Jamper, Avery, and Day, again, another mid-game fight, but this time it's Scope, Twexy, and Tahi. This is a much different story. Jamper will get a big pump, and he will escape. Nice. Right in the alcove. I don't know if they noticed that. Don't heal. Don't do it. They have no clue.
There's a car coming. Can easily do it now. All right. Does not want to risk the noise pollution. Who's in that car too, man? Has to be.
I like how he aims at them. It's like, yeah, don't mess with me. This is so uncomfortable to be in this spot right now. Tahi, Scoped, and Twex are hopefully just going to walk their way through. But even then, he's going to meet them eventually. What's the play? If they move fast enough, you can get the reboot off?
I don't even... There's no chance for the reboot. I think you solo play this out. You shockwave in the center zone, box up next to some people, and just pray. There's so much loot there. The reboot's so possible.
Please.
They're taking so long.
Go.
So long.
Go. Like, that's what he's thinking. 100% that's what he's thinking. Finally, they leave. They're going to see it on the feed, too. They're going to see both players rebooted. All right, he's moving now. He's moving. Meanwhile, Mega, Dubs, and Illis does not have to move at all. Neither has Bizzle's team. Here's where Zypha, Zarp, and crew ended up going, right on the side of that mountain, directly below Xset, who are still all up. And I think even farther north of that, that's where you see Bizzle and crew. He's going for it. He's going for the reboot.
He has to.
He's going for it. Tahi and crew are going to get another fight again. This is DJ and Agers and crew. They are actually in second place right now.
The heck was that?
An attempt.
I guess maybe trying to do a drop down play. I don't think they were going for height. A little shockwave trap. Person goes all the way down below. You have control of all the builds. The reboot just happened. They're going back to the Weeping Woods. A little cash.
They got time. They got time. The line of sight is not there. Meanwhile, Tahi, Twexy, and Scoped are all fighting right now and focused on that, so nobody's going to hold them out. This is a comeback for Avery, Jamper, and Day. Finally, though, they look back. They're starting to break the trees. Yes, they knew, but they can make it in still if Jamper has enough mats.
Most of their mats are going to be wood-based. Jamper using all those hearts in the fight. And then past that, they're going to be focused on the backside of the storm, too. They should have 6 chug splashes. Oh, never mind. I think D-Gen took them all.
No, D-Gen wasn't even down there. There's
I'm
just
zooted.
Tahi, Scoped, and Twixy, right?
Oh, you're correct on that.
And they don't have Chug Splashes in their inventory at all. That team should get back up to full shield. Meanwhile, once again, I will repeat that Dubs, Mega, and Nihilus have not had to move at all this entire game. Neither has Bizzle and crew. Kanata, Macwood, and Apex have made it in. Is that actually his name? I have to check. Let me check.
I'm just rolling with specs because that's on the screen.
Specs, thank you.
Yeah. I thought he was like,
They played
like
with so
known
many
as-
different people randomly.
hey, you gotta try people out.
For last week, it was a Cash Cup win with I don't even remember his name. Yesterday was Apex, and now it's Specs.
And this is not the same Apex. This is just a brand new guy named Specs.
I think so. Apparently, two of them were IRL friends of either Macwood or Kanata.
Oh, nice.
Just vibing in pro tournaments.
Oh, you know how it goes. Just another Tuesday. Okay, I was about to say height fights each other, but this is Thief's first and replays, not Dubs Mega. Their trio on height. There's Commandment on the backside on the mountain as well. Very similar spot overall in terms of how things look to XSets. On the side of a mountain looking down on other trios, but on the completely other side of zone. 25 seconds till that half and half comes through, and we look at who has a true advantage in game number 3. What are you thinking? Weeping Woods? Are we diving down to the jungle? Or are we staying
Nope.
up and high on these hills?
We're going east. It's pulling
Never
east.
eat shredded wheat. Okay, so we're going straight over to Lazy Lake.
No way you just did that with your finger. Shy is the type of guy to be in 6th grade math class with his fingers underneath the table.
The what?
Counting.
The what?
The counting on his fingers is like 3 + 7. Like,
Why wouldn't you use what you have at your disposal, bro? Just to triple check. Don't lie, you've done 10 + 10 on a calculator just to be sure. We all have. We all have.
I do it to have it in the calculator, okay?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay.
So I can carry it over into the next problem.
All right. Respect. It's 20 + 5.
South is where that zone pulls, but I still think it's going to come over the mountain. Just
Oh,
because.
hard left,
Hard left, okay. Interesting.
straight to weeping.
Interesting.
This is one cool part though of the game we don't get to see from Nate Hill, Bank, and Wykel. These guys are always on the backside of a zone, never actually in position at all for anything. But for the first time, it looks like in game number 3, they have their stuff in check and under control. There's a team crash pad over to the zone. And they also go straight back up for height. It's free.
Wow. Oh, there's Zayt Staff and Stretch. Do you think they spent all their shockwaves in that fight where they actually can't contest? Is this the first game we're going to see of them having to play mid-ground? Or did they just tunnel their way off of the mountain without pushing up because the timing was not on their side?
I think that from what we saw off spawn, not only did they have to use shockwaves, a bunch of shockwaves were stolen from Doom's domain by the West trio and used. And then a lot of the shields they got from the vault had to be used prematurely and then over again after the fight. So Zayt's looking slightly more shambles, I think, than ever in this game right now. Jock also tossed cross zone while knocked. He gets fully elimed, but a big asterisk there. The zone is moving over. That was
Avery took him
knocked
out
him?
mid-air. Yeah, mid-air from the back of zone. They bounced together.
They could
That means-
reboot him. They could.
They're in first place. Taking risks is how you win tournaments. A ridiculous one at that, but hey, We've seen crazier. Bank, Nate Hill, and Wykel still hold on. Mega, Illust, and Dubs are right behind, or right in front of them. They're in second place. And now the team that they turn their attention to, Agers, Degen, they're in second place. So all
Bank
the
and
teams right
Wykel
now who are in contention for first are in a little bit of trouble. This is being one of them. This is the team in first. Slacks missing Jack. This is how they were in game 1. They got a little bit of points, but not the same as they got on game number 2 to 23. What can they do this game? And also below Surge with a lot of players who need to go down as the 7th zone reveals.
Up 3 seconds, and that means 7 more people need to go down all the way to 30. Dubs, Mega, and Illust still playing box to box up against Xset on the same layer. It's not natural low ground completely. They will be sharing the same layer. Actually dropping down now. Dubs saving himself at the last second from the fall damage. Slightly split away from his trio. Xset now a layer above them. Illust and Mega are trying to climb fast and back towards Dubs. Now all in the same box once again. On height though, Bank, Nate Hill, and Wykel are still in a world of their own. Dubs is looking to get a little bit of a sightline as to what's going on. Storm Surge is ticking on multiple trios.
Xset still in this, trying to catch back up, but Dubs takes one out. Meanwhile, Slacks and Acorn still alive. They're going to bounce the Shockwave as well. Through the box. Oh, now in a mid-ground layer. This is an uncomfortable spot. Can he get down below? He's actually going to choose to go up. Is Slacks actually keeping up? No, Acorn keeping up with Slacks right there at the front side of the zone. Bank, Nate Hill, and Wykel still up on height. Sack takes out Bizzle, so they're still in this as well. 11 teams remain. Illust, Mega, and Dubs from second place potentially into first. They're going to try to find Stretch. Stretch stuck in the box. Yes, they got the stairs in too. Can he escape? I think so, but Zate falls right as that happens.
Dubs gets taken out. Knight traded up once again as well. They get the refresh too. Now it's all just up to Mega to see what he can do. He might be going for height overall here as well. The zone's popping back over towards the hill. Mega getting 2 full finishes. Nate Hill, Bank, and Wykel are not stopping the spray of bullets from height to low.
I can't believe Acorn and Slacks are still in this too. Not even scratched. Mackwood with specs. Very, very low HP, but surviving by an inch. Ooh, Bank goes down. That might be an opportunity now to take height. Oh, okay. Slacks, where's that come from? They've got Scented, Edgy in a box together as well. They get 1. Scented now stuck below. Is he even escaping? I think they hear just the bandaged bazooka. Wykel and Nate Hill still alive though, even though they lost Bank.
The Slacks has gotten shockwaves, a gold AR upgrade, and floppers as well. So he has set himself up to possibly win the game. It might be solo though, as the zone bounces away from Acorn, who got knocked down. Slacks and Jamper getting shots down once again. Twexy has been eliminated. Flopper players coming from Slacks. He has Chug Splashes now, and even more shockwaves to potentially upset Wykel and Nate Hill on height. There he goes. Slacks up for the high ground. Has so many mats too. He could possibly hold it, but he gets beamed down. 18 HP. Everything's looking over for Slacks.
Yeah, still a little bit of HP to hold on to, but one tick of the zone will make it so difficult. Nate Hill and Wykel still maintain, although Slacks made it difficult for them. They're running out of builds now. Paper alive. Edgy still alive as well. With Scented, somehow they've made it through. Paper now dies, and it's Slacks on a mid-ground layer by himself. Gets top 3, so they're still going to hold the first, but a new person, a new team will get into this contention for top spot right now. Nate Hill and Wykel still on height, trying to hold Edgy and Scented down on low, the 2v2.
They have the materials, they have the heals, but there's 6 shockwaves all the way down on low ground. Slacks is out. Now it's up to Edgy. He goes up high. He tries to shoot once again, but he gets knocked down with 3 shockwaves left in his inventory. It might be height that wins this fight overall. Wykel in the box, making sure there's no heal opportunity, but it's not enough. And Edgy, no, not Edgy, Scented survives till the end.
Scented picked up a bandaged bazooka at the final moment there. Gave himself 15 HP. I think it would have been enough regardless without it, but he secured the game no matter what happened on the outside. Huge props to Wykel, Nate, and Bank to take height and hold it for that long against so many people with shockwaves and opportunities to take it while it went up that hill.
Yeah, that was an entire game of just pressure overall, and pressure done properly with this entire trio. From the start of 5th zone till the end, they were just shooting nonstop, and no one got to do anything at all to counteract them.
Yeah, it was like the first game from Zay Safford Stretch, right? It was literally like that. Casker Smacked an Unknown also had a very similar game, but end up falling towards the final seconds. This time, we had Slacks try, but he didn't knock him out quite all the way. I think they got a quick reset on him, so he had to try to jump down again with another shockwave. But good attempts for so many. But I do have to give props again to Slacks, clutching into third place as first place on the leaderboard right now. And I think they've definitely got a number of elims as well. So that should maintain at least the first place slots. But by how much? And is that starting to be enough where you question the ability for people to catch up outside of a certain range?
I'm wondering which types of trios they took down as well. Were they the top 10 or maybe the bottom 20 as well, affecting the leaderboard? Because him and Acorn were just finishing trios over and over and over again while they were both alive. We talked about pressure, another P word, potential in that game. I'm not going to say wasted potential, but so much that could have happened didn't because of just zone damage overall. Acorn, I think, had or it was Slacks, had still one more shockwave left going up for height, and she had 3 more left all the way at the end of the game. If these guys just had 3 more seconds to live, things could have changed.
Yeah, they 100% could have. I'm not sure where Commandment Scented and Edgy were before this game, but that'll push them up, probably, maybe up in the top 5, top 3, where we hope that they can continue to push up. So many different teams contesting, though. Zatesaf and Stretch were not a factor whatsoever, even though they won. We were talking in the middle of that game. Did they spend too much time and resources in that fight against Arkham Rex and Epic Will?
I just feel like it's not only these guys, Zatesaf and Stretch, who spent the resources, but, Arkham and Epic Will and company, these guys as well, use some shields, use the rotation over at Doom's Domain. I think both trios just, getting into that resource pool of things available at that spot ruined it for both of them overall, even if, the Epic Will ended up clutching out the 1v2.
Yeah. And guys, I want to remind you, that was game 3 of the Code Red, presented by Xfinity $25,000 Trios tournaments. And then there's another sponsor too, Roto Digi
Eye drops. Absolutely. Digi Eye Drops, cooling eye drops, a global eye care brand who's been helping relieve irritating eye syndrome or symptoms for over 110 years. Look at that focus, not only with the camera, but the focus you can have with your eyes if you end up using it. I'm talking about relieving symptoms of eye strain for up to 8 hours. That is an entire cup, maybe even 2 cups, depending on how many regions you play in a day. Past that too, you can find Roto Digi Eye at Walmart, Walgreens, or any CVS's near you. Roto, feel it working.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long day for a lot of these players. 3 hours a game, 6 total games. They're used to it, of course, but hey, this does start to become a little strenuous, especially when you fall off of spawn, like we've seen a couple of teams do. Epic Whale, Arkham, and Rex might be one of those guys, but a turnaround now for Bank, Nate Hill, and crew, who fell in the middle of game number 2.
Yeah, these guys were having some trouble overall finding a foundation on where to start their game. In game number 3, it was somewhere near high ground off of a hill, and they had a chance to maybe move it into the next zone. Not only did they move in the zone properly, they took height in that zone immediately, and off that height, just had height the whole game. No one stopped them.
Yeah, they had height. That's it. No, of course they had. What was the fight that they had in game number 2 that was just like brutal for them? I think it was Jamper Avery and them right on top. Remember, they were like, Wykel escaped, right? In Risky Reels. Oh, it was Unknown, Smacked, and Casker. They were just chasing him down. So that definitely put him in a little bit of a shambles situation. So we'll see how that proceeds. Waiting on the leaderboard for game number 3 to come through so we could see who's actually in contention. I think we are getting very close to it, from what I can tell. I'm going to assume that Slacks, Acorn, and Jack held on. My biggest question, though, is if you remember whether Dubs, Mega, and Illust performed well off of that game. I assume that they did because of the position that they had at the beginning, first, second zone. They basically hadn't moved the entire time. But where did it go from there, and was it enough to actually keep that gap small?
I think they were a little bit split in mid-ground, but then Mega and Illust caught up. Past that, though, they went into some crazy, I think, like 8th zone fight. Might have been Surge as an issue that might have happened for them because there were a bunch of teams affected. But then they got taken out. Regardless, though, one thing I want to mention, whether you're getting eliminated early, right, and you want to watch a YouTube video to maybe pass the time, you're playing in the tournament, or waiting for leaderboards, it all requires internet, right? And we're gamers, Bala, right? We need gamer-grade internet, and that's where Xfinity comes in, right? You're only as fast as your connection in gaming. And these guys offer fast speeds for clutch moments and the fastest Wi-Fi for even your big exams if you guys are in school. Regardless, though, you get access to awesome perks like a $150 gift card when you sign up with no term contract. Now, that's simple, it's easy, and it's awesome. Visit xfinity.com/student today to learn more.
There you go. Seriously,
Segue.
thank you for so many different. I didn't even segue. I'm just like, this is a $25,000 tournament. You need, sponsors behind it. You got to support these tournaments as they come up because it's important to our community, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't have any money for tournaments. So, looking forward at who's still playing, who's going to be contesting in this. We're waiting on that leaderboard once again, but I'm just like basically going through the old leaderboard and figuring out who is really having a say. Xsets has dropped from almost, well, actually, it was second place after Zaysaf and Stretch won that first game. And all of a sudden, right now, we're not really seeing them anymore. And I don't know what to make of that. Is that because of Slack's, Acorn, and Jack's success?
That was one thing I was going to ask you as well before in terms of, finding these top 3 trios last game ago and where they are in this game. When people like, Slacks perform well, when Nate Hill, Wykel, and Bank haven't really performed at all, then steal all these points away from top trios and get first. How does that actually shake things up? I mean, I can answer that question because you posed it to me. I was going to pose it to you, but it makes things happen like this where a trio suddenly disappears and is suddenly replaced, or we see an even closer tiebreaker we didn't expect before. So I feel like that might happen to the Xset trio. You were talking about Scented, Edgy, and Commandment as well. These guys had 15 points overall before this last game. I'm wondering when we should get this leaderboard update, how further higher they'll actually stride and if they hit that top 5.
Yeah, it'll be close. I think they might be right within that top 5, but definitely a couple points away from third, second, and first, I think. But yeah, hey, I asked you all the questions. Why don't you pose a question back to me?
I'm down. Okay, so
make me look smarter, man.
Into a situation where we have 5 teams that we know are making every end game and are very close in points. Are we going to see? Is it going to be pattern based? Is it going to be zone based? What will really differentiate the trio that ends up winning today?
I think zones have a big say in what we see because we saw a Western zone, we saw 2 Central zones now. So the Western zone went really well for Xset. It went well for Zaysaf and Stretch as well. And then actually, no, it went terribly for them. It went really good for Acorn and Jack. I mixed up my teams real quick. And then the center ones have been going slightly better for Xset, for Zay, and Saf, and Stretch. So these do have an effect, but it will be the trends, right? It's the momentum that people go on. That's what I really like to see, or what I look at when I'm trying to figure out who's going to win a tournament. Who's been playing well in the last couple of games? And is it well enough to have that line break over top the first place? That's the most important time. So Slack, Acorn, Jack rising up right now. They're playing really well. Their first game was not so good. And if they continue to rise up and don't have any bad games whatsoever, I think we'll see that same slope overtake first and keep first for a long time.
Okay, let's see if these theories are actually implemented in practice or even in the real tournament in game for number 4 that's rolling up with Code Red, presented by Xfinity. We'll see what ends up happening once again following this trio that's been doing crazy things. Macwood, Kanata, and Specs over at Steamy Stacks. The real fight, though, we know, breaks down at Doom's Domain.
And still nothing changes anywhere else on the map. I do notice now, though, for the first time, this wonderful split out of Retail Row for Unknown Casker and Smacked. Lazy Lake, oh my goodness. 3 llamas. No way. That's Doves, Mega, and Illist who are going to get the spoils from that. 3 llamas. Are you kidding me?
I don't even think they're going to be able to get that third one up above. It'll have to be one of those yellow arrows. Just because, for some reason, it takes these Lazy Lake trios so long to leave that POI. Yeah. It was like something we saw Cease and Blake having trouble with, I think, the entirety of the season. So you thinking 4-0? I'm thinking 4-0 at Doom's Domain.
4-0.
Yeah,
I think so too. I haven't been super impressed out of Epic Well and Arkham, but they've also been getting terrible RNG. This is why they're kind of trying to dash across right now, because they hear the Dr. Doom being taken inside of that hangar. Zayt's literally not on the offensive because they have it. So he's big chilling, just giving them time to loot the vaults. Yeah, I'm thinking 4-0.
I'm thinking that it should be at least a 3-1. Like last game, the West Trio was set up to just win. Like that, they had the best positions. It was that shoot down, I think, onto Rex that kind of threw a wrench in everyone's plans. They had such a lead. Okay.
Double
Gas can.
And Zate's got the Zate flank on deck. I don't know if he thinks that there might be more people in that car leaving, because the way that he was starting to back up a little bit. Here we go. Epic Whale finds Stretch and Saf. They're going to push forward. Only combats again in the hands of Stretch. Arkram and Rex are being held by Zate, but it's going to be a crash pad across. Nice tag from Stretch. This is definitely a flip side. You don't necessarily see Rex, Arkram, and Epic Whale be the guys on the offensive, but this time it's true.
You got to be able to change things up when you're down 3 games in the early game fight.
Look at Zate. Wow.
And he gets the beam down onto Arkram. Stretches there from the backside as well. There's no possibility. The pinch turns in to a full 3-man push from the same side. And once again, one person is picked off, and it's down to a 2v3.
I like this too. Saf immediately looking at the splashes. Trying to get Stretch back up as the minis get popped. Zate will hold on to height, but this is brilliant stuff from them. They really haven't. They've been tactically outplaying Under Thieves/NRG here over and over and over. But of course, the ping difference is really hard to overcome. But when you're playing against people who are playing the situation flawlessly, it's really difficult to come through. Saf will try to get Epic Whale. Yes, he gets the cone, and Epic Whale can't hold the cone, of course. Rex will try on to Stretch. Last player remaining. Stretch just holds on as Zate and Saf come in for the pinch.
I guess these games for the West Trio are just practice. Looking at how things go, you got to remember these guys are also on slightly higher ping. Box fights get a little bit more difficult as well. They are facing down against Godfathers, though. It does get difficult. I'm looking at also another side of the puzzle, another side of the game. One of the college trios coming in. Control, Harsh, and Harmony.
Wow. Am I seeing this right?
What are you looking at?
I'm trying to look at the standings. I'm not sure if I'm seeing this right.
Sent it as in commandment at first, 47.
Yeah.
I saw it before and they were at 29, and I was like, okay, that might make a little bit more sense. And then, ba-boom.
Sheesh. That is a rise.
So it'll be Slacks in second with 43. We did have to skip the leaderboard last time. We'll just give you an update on the top 3. Zate, Saf, and Stretch at 39, and with 3 more points, they're going to be 1 point behind Slacks, Jack, and Acorn.
Avery, Jamper, and Day once again. Man, you were right. They're just hungry, fiending for these fights right now. Did Dylan's team just leave him? I think they just rifted away. Poor guy. Left to fight against Avery, Jamper, and Day. Oh, man. They're still having a tough time of it. Dylan even gets the cone, but Avery will sneak in the box. And it's awkward, but they win the fight. His team is gone. My gosh. This is the 3rd time they've actually engaged this team, by the way, Avery, Jamper, and Day. So they found themselves potentially some sort of confidence against this team that outmatches anything else, and they will get those points 3 times out of 4 so far.
And for some reason, all the college teams are landing around Stark Island. And you will agitate / be a target of the people who are used to fighting off spawn, used to hunting down other trios. Here are Acorn, Jack, and Slacks. Second overall on the boards right now, 43 total points. Let's look at also Lazy Lake now and how it's different from the game before. The team that was landing there before, nowhere to be seen. That was TJ and company this time. No fences to hide behind, no shots being taken. 18 teams in this lobby. One has been taken down. We'll see slightly more loot overall in the end game, more shockwaves. It'll be a little bit trickier for Height to hold on.
Once again, a centered spot for Dubs, Illust, and Mega. Once again, an opportunity to really ride that out towards a very, very high top spot. That center zone gives you so much opportunity, so much chance, I should say, not opportunity, but chance to not have to do anything like they did last game. But like you said, might have been a surge issue in 7th zone from then. One thing I do want to touch on real quick is the fact that top 3 are the only people who get prizing in this tournament, right? The $25,000 is very top heavy. Very, very top heavy. First place will walk away with $12,500. We touched on this at the beginning of the show. $7,500 for second and $5,000 for third. Everybody else, nil.
So what do you do?
That changes. Yeah, that changes how people really approach this game. Try to get out to a big lead, and really, you're fighting for that top spot. Anything else is inconsequential. A big game now necessary for everybody trailing. A very big game to catch up to the top spots, which are around 45 points right now.
For context, some of those bottom teams have like 5 points, 4 points. The guys being bullied off of spawn. Teams in the middle, people like Adrius, Npen, and Degen, somewhere between 20 and 30 points. These guys all need a huge game. Air shots from Specs does not actually end up landing. A nice cone save, connecting those builds. Not sure who that is up top, but very, very creative. Might have been replays. They have a lot of mats to be able to fight this out overall. Mid-build gas can too. That's dangerous. Could end up knocking them out. Replays is fast on the catch. See, it's like you might be asking yourself, oh, why is this fight even going down? It's because of the fact that we just mentioned. You're gonna need to catch up some way. Elims would be the easiest. Although games might be thrown if this fight goes on for too long. I don't think Macwood wants to stay on the defensive 24/7 as well. 3 shockwaves. Like a boxing fight, I feel like they're just trying to let the other trio gas out or just run out of options. Use too many ammo or too much ammo, too many builds. Oh, it seems to be working. They have a huge advantage, and Macwood now just has heights.
That one poor guy gets sniped while looking at this fight. Macwood might have height, but he doesn't have it anymore. 1 build left. Specs will split. That's still a lot. It's very healthy. They're coming in on the other side. This is a really, really different fight here from Frisk, Replays, and Thieves. They're really making it work against Kanata, Macwood, and Specs. They were not expecting to engage in this. I don't even know how this happened given the drop spot of Thieves, Replay, and Frisk. In any case, though, there's a big shot. He already got a big shot onto Kanata, but it gets responded. Once again, Thief will drive in, and Macwood will protect his teammate with his life and trade a shot against Thieves. Now Frisk has to back up too, and there will be a moment for each side to heal, but Frisk does not say, let's hold on to that. He'll go for it, and he'll die for it.
Another game where either it's a fight, a position, or decision. Frisk is not able to overcome it with Replays and Thieves. We'll see how they look in game number 5. So far for game number 4. Or why does it say control, eliminated control?
That's because he fell to his elimination.
No, wait a minute. Another uncharacteristic thing happening here. AV, Knight, and Shark going for straight up towards the top of the map build fights. I mean, hey, it's the points, man. They're hard to come by.
Yeah. And it's against a very, very influential team. Commandment, Scented, and Edgy won the last game. These guys will probably be very, very close to each other in terms of points. Very close. So whoever wins this fight will have a big opportunity. Edgy has to spend a crash pad. He doesn't get beamed, thankfully, as X set reset the fight. It might not only be a reset, but also a complete disengage now. Yes, out the backside for Commandment Center and Edgy.
Worth?
No. But sometimes
I'm
you
not
gotta
even
do
sure.
what you gotta do.
How else do things look around the map?
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Xset will win the hill, but will they win the war? Did that even make any sense? It's close. It sounded cool.
What the heck?
Chat is recording a music video right now called Kitty Kitty.
Well, the funniest part is Fishy and Grunchy are not in like the camera at all.
Yeah,
They're giving him the room.
They're the cameramen. They're throwing
They're the
props
production.
in.
Yeah.
They're gonna set up a fan real quick, blow the hair, you know? That's actually hilarious. Why does that spray look so much like Chap's
Yeah,
robot?
so why does he have his own emote in the game? Where's my emote? Where's your emote? Sad times. What do you do in a box when you got an entire zone to burn by?
Glitter. The emote glitter.
Oh, you go straight for emotes?
Yeah.
You don't social media up? You don't just like...
Oh, no, absolutely not. I think Twitter is a virus to be using during game. Like, literally a virus. Like, it'll take over your computer, and all of a sudden you have 20 FPS in endgame.
Wow. Not even if you're just on your phone? Like, it just transfers?
Yeah, it transfers. That's why
You know,
I
the
know it always.
riskiest thing I've seen is... The most risky thing I've seen is people just going to take a poop. While
the Tifa
second zone's
Classic?
closing. Yeah, the Tifa Classic. Like, how?
That's fine.
Like,
I
how,
approve
though?
of that. You can't
You
go into
approve?
endgame distracted. You know,
I
endgame
mean-
is a sacred place.
I would say it's a slight buff. When you're holding it, you know, it feels like you're moving faster in the game.
Nice
Yeah,
shot,
Shark.
Shark. He really blew that house up. What are they doing? They are just full sending on this team. Poor guys. Sentin has 0 or 6 mats. Edgy's like shambles. They're like, what's this team doing? Go away. Just rotate. Feels like old Fortnite. I'm sending this
Gone back
replay to
in
Zane.
time. The worst threat you never wanted to hear.
Where's
But
AV?
even
You're
though-
slow.
They're forcing this, but they're like so far behind on HP as well. And there it is, the first one, second two. Both Shark and Knight down, the duo gone, all up to AV. Oh wait, I'm reading things absolutely wrong. There's one on each team.
What am I watching? I actually am
Sentin
going to
and
send
Shark.
this to Zane.
Hey, at least both teams got a point, right?
Sentin is mad. He's like, what are you doing, bro? He's literally running into zone to chase. Oh my goodness. They come out with 2, but probably no materials up. Never mind. They come out with 1. Man, you were out. He was safe. All right, the final 1v1. Scented versus Shark.
Who do you have winning?
Shark.
I'm saying Shark, 157 HP.
157? All right.
Yep.
I'll say 97.
Total? Like post siphon?
Yeah, post siphon.
Okay. Could just be complete disengage.
Yeah, they just don't fight. I mean, after all that, they might as well fight. Okay. Well, that happened. Meanwhile, the entire zone is like right here. Paper, Bizzle, and Strap, not Stretch. Have the highest spot, and it feels like it's going to be the only high spot on the map because everybody's based up right here. Literally all underneath. How does this happen? There's so few teams that they all gun for the one high ground spot in the zone. Is that how it happens?
That or like every single North team so far has just been absolutely deleted. It's all up to just Southern teams.
Scented might be the one who wins. He's barely getting there. But I think he might be. Shark is meanwhile all the way in zone. How is he alive? This is a 5-tick. Shark is like vibing. What? Can we look at Shark in zone real quick? I don't know how he's alive. Is he just fishing? Is he invincible? He's in a metal base over there. All right, he finally
He's
died.
gone.
Yeah. Still, that was like a whole minute.
Small fries, med kits, it must have been something.
Yeah. Oh, Stretch, Zate, and Saf will start to build up for fifth zone, but Paper, Strap, and Bizzle will actually try to fight for it. And more teams coming in right now. Stretch has got to be careful to structure this nicely. Mega, Dubs, and Illis might be the next opportunists to try to go for height, but all they have is a crash pad and land on top of Nate Hill. Oh, scary times. Mega will find another crash pad to go forward. Illis, by the way, is all the way up. Same with Dubs. Right on top or underneath Jamper, Avery, and Day.
This is just one big base to another. Everyone is just connected. I don't think a single person is isolated at all, other than Orange, all the way down below, looking absolutely sus. Might get fully beamed down too while he tries to make that rotate. Just Chap, Who Fishy, Smack, and Caster. The only two duos I see alive by themselves. Everyone else is invited to the party. And it's Zate, Saf, and Stretch who are on height. It's a party we've seen before. Scented finally gets wrapped up. It's by Paper, but Kanata finds an Elam on Zate.
How is this every time? Every time. One of these guys falls in fifth zone. Every time.
But they win the game every time it happens.
No, it's not true. That is not true. Those is factually incorrect.
Fake news.
Fake news. They do win the game sometimes, but most of the time, no. When Zate especially, he falls in fifth zone, it feels like that's their downfall.
Let's see.
Nice.
Oh, they are big beaming. No way Mac would get alpha'd like that.
What can you
Not
do
even
against that? It's like
beam back. You have better accuracy crouching than they do in the air, just shooting over.
yeah, but
These guys just
so
look
quick.
like. Yeah, that's true. A lot to think about when you're based up.
Why
wait a
Kellen
minute.
Bank will make a swipe at them too. Macwood, Kanata, and Specs have regained. Agers, Endpen, and Degen will make another swipe. So maybe it all works out for Zate. He goes first. Where is Saf and Stretch right now? Zate is just working on this. No way does this work. They're literally not oh my god, he just reset them all. Kanata's falling. Dubs, Mega are flying through the sky, taking shots at them too. Kanata's down. And Zate has just completely outplayed them from losing the Shockwave battle that they had originally, but it's Jack who actually somehow, some way tries to go for it. Zate with a double jump. It's Slacks and Acorn who hold on. They take advantage of the opportunity given to them by Zate and take height for the first time I think I've ever seen them up above.
Advantage and complete control. Saf being taken out by Acorn on the backside off that retake. And now the decision to retake height over and over has costed this trio a lot. One whole player, almost all of Stretch's what looks like total mat counts and health bar. That was Lilith and Mega though. I've been playing very low key. front side of zone. This is for the 3rd time this game. 7th one now moving. No storm surge in sight either. So it'll be these players, 26 of them, and their decision making. Nothing else that'll be in the way between them and that possible VR.
Jack Acorn and Slacks were in first place almost certainly. Now looking like they might take another game. They took game 2. But do they go from here to basically clinching first place spot? Maybe not, as Illis dives the box. Acorn goes down. Mega will also hop into there as well. They get a perfectly timed refresh just as Dubs runs out of materials. Macwood is down as well. Day still in this. He takes out Bank. Is there anybody else who has a say? We already know Scented and Crew are out. A full team there. Scopes, Tahi, and Twexy. Jamper is taking height.
Jamper now has height with Avery. Nate Hill has an amazing spot all the way at the bottom side of that zone, although his HP is not looking too good. Caster picks up Dubs. Mega looking for revenge, might just drop down in that box. We'll see what ends up happening. Past that though, still down below. It wasn't Nate Hill, my apologies. It was Bizzle who's on that bottom left side. Now with shields looking even better. Zate being taken out by Illist on that layer. Claps back onto Smack, but it's Wykel who gets removed after the fact as well. Avery is just beaming all the way from high ground. The phase trio has been taken out of the equation, and now it just looks like Day and Jamper and Avery have complete control of this game.
It's literally easy here. Avery all the way at the top, and they're also racking up the elims. Bizzle's made it far with Paper, but now left all alone. He will get beamed by Agers. Yes, they dive the box, and Endpen will take him out. That's the team who was really, really close after game number 2. Are they still there? Not exactly sure. Twexy, Scoped, and Tahi, a full trio. Probably the only challenge, the only threats, as they take out a solo Casker, the only threat to the top-down team, Jamper, Avery, and Day. 3 teams remaining now. Oh my goodness, in a second, in a flash, DJ and Agers and Endpen arrive and show their faces against 2 of the Twexy trio. A 3 versus 1. One solo down on low to take care of first, though, before they start to fight their way up.
Last game we saw height actually fall, though. No matter how many people were left alive, it was those HP bars. Everyone has 100 to work with. On height right now, they all have taken ticks of damage already, so it could be over. We'll see what happens. Twexy, 4 crash pads, all blocked. The 3rd one comes through, but it's not enough. He gets deleted. Still 1 person left to take over, though. Endpen, Dgen, Agers are all alive. Actually, it's a 3v3.
Avery takes out 1. They start off strong. He's now just hiding in zone, making it so that they don't get the siphon. Dgen will respond as well, though. Jamper now left alone. Is there a heal off? Yes, Endpen. Does he have anything? Jamper will possibly get the siphon. Just chug splashes, and Dgen will not be able to be found. Endpen will not get anything off that body, and Jamper, Avery, and Day will reign supreme with 11 eliminations.
The 4th or 5th trio to take height overall ends up controlling and holding it. That last moment, I thought they almost lost control, but those beams, unstoppable. No one could do anything. Jamper just staying on the backside that we saw Twexy doing as well on mid-ground, relying on the shots and those heals that he had with chuck splashes. A good game to win out.
Yeah, that's very important for them. They will rise significantly. Now the 4th team to win a game individually. I mean, unique team every single time. And for them, they've been slowly rising. Remember, it's the mid-game fights that they've been thriving on. And for that, because of that, they've been able to take themselves some space in towards the end. But this time, it was a completely different game. I'm not sure what triggered it, but there was so many teams fighting for height. We started with Zaystaff and Stretch in 5th zone, trying to fight against Macwood, Kanata, and crew. And then they had that reset happen again where Macwood, Kanata, and crew got hype, but Zayt knocked him out. Then all of a sudden, Acorn, Slacks, and Jack came out of nowhere to fight for it. And then again, another team joins the fray. It was Bank for a second, and then Jamper, Avery, and Day, who ended up taking it and holding it, which really gives a big opportunity now for everybody else, because Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, they fall when they should have potentially overtaken everybody and basically secured it with 2 games to go.
I mean, you're asking, how did this actually happen after that entire breakdown? You answered it, Balla, right? It's the fact that it's just the top 3 making money overall today, right? You have to be able to move past that, past the top 5 even, and do things game to game that aren't normal.
Well, that was game number 4. We were way past the halfway mark now. 2 games remain to find out who's the champion of the Code Red $25,000 Invitational. We'll have to wait for game number 5 to get underway. Before we do that, we've got a break. So see you after this.
Here we go. Let's play that.
2 more games remain in the Code Red presented by Xfinity Trios tournaments. And for now, there has been a lot of shakeups. 4 different teams have won each of the individual games. And it's starting to look definitely really scary for some of the other ones as well, because there's some shenanigans happening around the map.
Yeah, it's kind of close at the top 3 in and out of game. We were seeing, Kanata jumping up at Zayt at some instances. We've been seeing Dubs fight Avery's squad. So far, though, it's Slacks, though, in the lead. 66 points, 6 ahead of Avery's team. We saw take that last game by storm.
Yeah, they pushed way up. And I think that they were kind of lingering nearby because the amount of eliminations that these guys are getting. And that's why they're now within 6 of that top spot. Agers with 51. They've been very consistent all day long. Same with Dubs' team. Zayt has been hot and cold. And this last game was definitely, kind of the cold one, but Zayt still clutched up and got significant amount of points. He was in there towards the end of the 8th zone.
At top 5 being contested at your spot. Very, very impressive too. I think one of the only teams on the map having to fight over and over again off of spawn. Remember though, prizing is just the top 3. So scoped, edgy, unknown. These guys will have to double up, get towards that top 3, overcome these top teams who are alive every single game.
Yeah, every single game it feels like. And we are now moments away from the second to last one. So this will be your final chance to really change things up, to catch up to that first top spot and also put yourself in contention for the money, for the prizing in top 3. And if you're not there yet after this last one, then unfortunately that last game is going to mean much or not too much can change for you unless you pull an exit and just try to W key your way to the top. Maybe.
Possibly. You speak of money and prizing. This tournament was brought to you by some of our sponsors. Just to mention both of them right now. Roto eye drops, very good overall. If you have eye strain, soothing 8-hour relief, you can check them out at Walmart, Walgreens, and CVS's near you, as well as Xfinity. You already know you need internet if you want to play games. You need gamer grade internet if you want gamer grade top level results. So check them out too. You couldn't have this tournament without them.
Yeah, you got to get that low ping. You got to get that wall taking going. Otherwise, what are you doing as a Fortnite player? What are you doing? So, lobby number 5. First question, who do you think is going to take it? Second question, is it enough to actually change anything? Or are we going to see Slacks, Acorn, and Jack start to run away with it? This last game was kind of weird for them, right? They actually went for height. So, is that a shift from them that is signifying that that momentum is swinging downwards?
I would say for these guys, weirdness is always followed by greatness. You're asking me who's going to take this next game. I'm going to say Slacks. I feel like this next game is a coffin and they're the nail in that coffin, so to speak. So they'll bury it 6 feet deep compared to all the other trios in this next lobby. I feel like they'll run away with it. Shockwaves are for height or not. You got to remember, Slacks was last alive, right? In that last game, this trio was split apart. If they stay together and they stay alive and it's the 8th zone, it's wraps.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if there's the Undertaker within us in any case. I was going to say them too. So hopefully we both get proven right. I definitely think that there's some ideas for, some of the other teams to start winning, especially Kanata, Macwood, and Specs. They've been really starting to try to fight for height, but they're not quite there yet. This time there was some coordinated effort for it. It just didn't quite work out. Meanwhile, I don't think that Zay, Saf, and Stretch are going to be too much more of a factor in this tournament, because it feels like everybody's starting to open up. Everybody's starting to be a little bit more comfortable going for the win, because that's what you need to catch back up. And 2 times there, they lost height after fighting for it and battling for it.
Yeah, they're in 5th place right now. You're saying they can't do it as much. I just feel like getting those 3 free points off of spawn, and they've been free, right? The last kind of 4 games that we've seen, It's been decisive off spawn victories. I mean, it's tough to say it, right?
Because I enjoy watching.
I think that's what I was about to say. I'm boys with them. I like watching them play on West, but so far the pinch, the overall kind of breakdown of these fights, it's always 2 members left on Zayt's side. Sometimes it's a 3-member left situation. It's been 4-0 so far, right? So I just feel like it'll happen once again. They're just fighting better off drop. I don't want to count them out of that top 3.
Yeah, I don't want to, but I'm basically saying, from what I'm watching in these games, they can't challenge the same way that they always do. Let's take a look and see if that can actually switch up. Here we go. Game number 5, the Code Red Invitational is underway, and we do not expect anything different off of spawn, which we have seen in recent tournaments. But today, the way that this is going, we do not. Although, I say that and I see 6 arrows headed towards Stark Industries.
Yeah, wait just a minute. It's going to be a 50-50 off spawn for that big Henchman chest. I feel like it's about to start and break down before
Look at
Knight
the feed.
even deploys his glider.
Yeah, Avery on the
takes out
Thieves.
Thieves.
Replays goes down as no, it's just Thieves again. Frist and Replays still up, and they did not gamble their way towards that 50-50 chest. They have to find another space. Replays and Frist did group up. There will be another chest here. Can they make it over to Iron Man and find that other one, or find a way out towards the hangar? Meanwhile, Zayt did take out Epic Whale right off spawn again, which I think indicates that they went for that 50-50 on the Modern House like we saw in game number 2. Once again, going in their way.
Now Days drop down. 3 people looking in through the windows. Avery's found the feet of Replays, and he's going in for the tickle. Shots there, the shield not down all the way. Frist also looking to try to support, but you're 1 man down. You have a burst, no shotgun. It's not possible. I don't count the combat as a close range weapon in this circumstance. Replays is trying as well, but there's no chance they get wiped out. My goodness.
Might have gotten tickled, but this is no laughing matter. Stark Industries once again goes in the way of Day, Jamper, and Avery. This time they got contested for the first time out of all 5 games that we've watched. And they'll be quick once again out the gates. Meanwhile, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch are still fighting. Epic Well and one other have fallen out of the West Trio. And they're just hunting the last one now, I believe. So Doom's Domain looks to go once again in the same direction too. All the off-spawn fights have gone pretty predictable, except for that one Lazy Lake fight, which we haven't seen again at all day.
Yeah, a lot of the teams now missing as well means spots like Lazy Lake, spots like Sweaty Sands, less likely to be contested. We'll be more likely to go through it right now. Zayt from the air is looking to just pop a tire of Rex. It's not possible. He's swimming so far away. But Zayt ends up picking up the Elim. What is going on at Doom's Domain?
The timeless question. The answer will never be found, not by researchers or analysts, over years and decades of research. Hey, positive here. Rex actually brought them to a llama, if you think about it. So he might have been trying to grief, but in reality, this llama would not have been found by them if it wasn't for Rex.
Yes, today's Ball's message is if you want to help out teams, grief them completely.
No. Imagine somebody just swooped in.
Took the
While they were
vault, got
gone.
out
Yeah.
in record
Yeah.
time. Doom's Domain being empty though this early in the game.
Yeah, that's
We've only ever
spooky.
seen it once
is
on
spooky.
EU during Halloween, bro. So this is actually spooky vibes.
Bank, Nate Hill, Wykel, W King a little bit. They definitely need it. They were so close to overtaking that game number 3 from height, but Scented ended up clutching them out. This time they found themselves one of the college players, and I think he's the last remaining player on this team as well. And they've got him inside the box. No, he's by himself. This is the second time I've seen these guys by themselves. It's like they're literally trying to bot race, map splitting. You know, that's what it feels like.
Hey, sometimes you can have a plan for a big split on the map, but you need experience to be able to execute it properly, right? We're looking at Unknown, Smack, and Cascar at retail. It's going so well for them, but how long have they been landing retail? How long has retail just been on the map to be able to theory craft, right? Then you look at Starks. You try it here against Nate Hill, Bank, and Wykel, who are landing together. There's no shot.
Yeah. We saw first replays and Thieves at one point in this area. They ended up getting smacked this time, though. They're out of the game, so nobody else roaming. 2 teams down. And a few players, too. Where did we move from here? Love to see where Xset is. Love to see where Smacked. Sorry, not Smacked. Jack, Acorn, and Slacks are.
I can tell you where they are right
Zayt's
now.
down. Two arrows CK. He's part of that Texas A&M team, and they look like they're fighting over a rift outside of Craggy Cliffs. That's what I have to get. No. What happened was there was a big split that they went off after Doom's domain was empty, and Zayt got caught by one of those same splits that we saw Nate Hill, Wykel, and crew end up taking out one of the other college players. Now there's also another team rifting on top of the last player, Zayt Savage Stretch, so they should not be a factor unless there's 1v3 for both sides at the same time.
The team that's rifting is just going over Doom's domain, not deciding to actually land inside the POI. Unless they go all the way around. All those arrows are also pointed towards the one solo player. I'm really curious as to what's happening in Doom's domain right now.
Yeah.
North of it as well.
I think it's Stretch looting the vault and Saf trying to come around and find the card of Zayt. There's literally two trios that they both have to fend together or fend against by themselves.
If they get knocked out now, tournament's done.
Yeah.
Safe
Maybe
to say
a
that
chance
unless
in the last game to get third place, but no chance for second, no chance for first.
I think so many teams are already fighting for third, Strap Paper Bizzle included.
Right now at 9th place with 36 points for Strap Paper and Bizzle.
Third is 51, so they would need 12 total points. Just doable.
Doable for sure. That's a win. Not even including any elims that she gets.
But the team in third is Agers, NPen, and Degen. In every game, they've just been consistent.
Yeah. You could literally count on an average point game from them. Like every time. Every single time. Ooh. Number one, big question here. Why is Jamper, Day, and crew still here at Stark? Second question, Macwood, Kanata, and Specs are W King into it off of Steamy Stacks. And the last time we saw them in an early game engagement, it really costed them. Yes, they won, but it costed them.
Costing them already. Kanata now down to 1 mini, now almost down to no shields. They'll just have one big left after this. Popping a flop or two. Macwood using his shockwaves already to end up fighting. I don't think forcing this is the wave. They can get a high amount of eliminations. They can get a very good game just by playing everything out. But this is another route to go if you want to be able to have 3 extra points going into that end game. Jamper down to low HP. Day also being taken out, and even kind of damage trade over at low ground. I think Macwood has the most HP left over on this fight now.
Don't forget, Jamper, Day, and Avery are in second place by 6 points. So maybe there's a little bit more calculation here for Macwood, Kanata, and Specs than we might expect. Nice trade from Day, from Day onto Kanata. He will actually now get the better of it. They were only on the back foot the entire time. Now they switched the script. Specs is down to the hands of Day on the inside of that one. Avery and Jamper find him. Macwood and Kanata now trying to fight back up on top. But all day, this has been rough skis for Kanata and Macwood. And all day, Jamper, Avery, and Day have been pushing in over and over for mid-game fights. So they're comfortable in this situation.
They get hit in the jaw too sometimes, but always end up clapping back. Avery now does get hit by a shotgun shot, but can trade some damage over onto Macwood. Coming up for height, does get control of the wall, but Macwood instantly drops down. Has some style of defense. It's possible. Avery with a quick 180, 100 shot trade onto Kanata, who's just trying to help. Stays on the backside of Avery too now, giving him some confidence to push over into the box. Macwood is just making an entire labyrinth of builds. It's so hard to track, but does not have the ping to be able to keep up with Avery. He has to keep switching into boxes. He uses so many mats, so many that he only has one build left now. One wall keeping him in the game. Kanata, though, has 46 and position. Jamper now on top of him. Avery below. They could go for the sandwich if they don't want to hunt down Macwood. That is going to be the decision, just popping 150 pod. So Avery has that confidence.
He actually let them escape down to Macwood, but Macwood's out the back. The start car put some space in between them, and I think they stopped him in his tracks. Yes, they're going to bounce on him. Remember, Macwood has nothing. It's a reboot attempt, but a reboot will fail as Avery's now on top of him and still missing the shots, though. Jamper will finally get close to him. Kanata somehow has gotten here, too, so they forced it. Now, back to a 2v2. What looked like an opportunity to isolate now has trapped them in a fight on top of the reboot van, and Macwood goes down. Kanata left alone, and all his mats are gone. He goes back out the outside, trades a little bit of damage onto Avery, but not the trade you were looking for. Avery, Jamper, and Day survive, and they'll get the reboot and move forward. Zone not too far away, so with nobody in sight, should be another attempt at a good game.
And they're at Starks too. They have so much loot. The vault's still left over. Probably extra room to carry even more utility.
And I'll remind you that this exact situation happened with Avery, Jamper, and Day. Not necessarily at this spot, but they did lose one and continued on with the fight. Go for the reboot and then bring it right back. In game number 3, that was the exact situation that unfolded. Meanwhile, Dylan Derpy and Arrow CK, who have been doing the best out of the college team so far, once again on the back foot against Scented Edgy and Commandment, and you cannot be fighting like this. You cannot be fighting like this against a team who will take every edge you will give them.
And there's a lot of edges in these square boxes right now. Edgy, oh my god, that quick cone slide in the same box. So how did he not go down 20 HP on Edgy? And there's no way a man beaming you in the same box is not able to finish the job. Derpy slapped back with a 200 pump to the face from Commandment. Does Edgy get the time to survive? He is just running away from Dylan. Dylan cannot find the shots at all. His teammates aren't even helping him out. It's like, yeah, you got this, Edgy, no worries. And now Dylan's lost.
Arrow CK finally opens his head. He's going to start to spray over against Scented, but Commandment right back up to the top. Same with Scented. They hold firm. Dylan with only 4 builds, but he does hit the shots. But it's not a circle. Edgy will take this, and Commandment will clean it up. Arrow finally comes in, but it's not quick enough. Dylan was attempting to be a hero, but no hero plays here.
Every time it's a box fight, it just feels like kryptonite for all these college teams. It's just difficult. It's an entire experience they don't have enough practice for, honestly. It's such a different type of breakdown, of split, the 2-1, the escape tactics. But the most important part, I just feel like overall game to game, these guys have been learning. So game 6 might be that big clapback, another build fight breaking out. Possibly some calmness here. Dubs, Illust, Strep, Bizzle. Crunchy with Chap in the way as well. Casker smacked an unknown, just trying to rotate.
What just happened here? Moments ago, it was literally Strep and Bizzle against Mega Dubs. And all of a sudden, Xset is in the way. All of a sudden, A1 guys plus Tahi is in the way. Illust is getting beamed down to the Xset guys. Shark gets traded out. Mega's left alone, and Knight will clean him up. There's no coronation just yet.
Was that
Xset has a long way to go. It is a trio wipe.
That's a trio.
But they're still going to go down against A1 and Tahi. I'm pretty sure Xset is, from the last game, from what we saw, from what AV typed in the chat, they're mad. Number one, that fights like this are breaking out. And they also need it. They really do. They wiped Dubs, Mega, and Illust, who were in 4th place. They were literally 18 points away from 1st place. Now, all of a sudden, that is long gone for them. The dream that they had to catch up in this game will have to be a miracle in game number 6. Well, that didn't work. They tried to dive in the box like I said it was. And they will get in. Okay, AV picks him up, though. Unfortunately, he's going to try to go for the finish just for the points. Oh, another one! AV! Are you kidding me? Tahi now trying furiously to spray through, but AV will hold on and hold firm. Get up. Going to give the finish over to Shark. No, Tahi's going for the revive. AV's going to come back down. Yes, this is it. He's going to have time. No. Thought Ty was going to be able to bring that back up. This is a massively skilled box
60
fighter,
HP.
and that's why he flips the stairs, and AV all of a sudden has to try to back up, and he will hold on to his teammate even. Scope will get picked up, and Xset are out.
You can sense the anger though with those shots. Hitting hard, fast. Just not enough in frequency overall. Just needed one more. Couldn't find it this game. Might find it
He's
the
going
next.
for the reboot.
But there's a team
no
there.
way. It's Slacks, Acorn, and Jack, too. The people who are in first place. Yes, Flopper, sure. But yeah, this is going to get beamed. This is going to get shut down instantly. Too much of a risk. You had a duo up.
They hear it.
Poor Tahi. There we go. Lobby focus coming. Well, it's just 3. It's a trio spray. And they'll actually continue forward. A shockwave. Tahi will get away. But now pinch between the first place team and a college team. Tahi's somehow still alive.
Pinch between everyone in the zone. Finds his old base's build though. Gets him with the rest of his team. He has so many extra mats to be able to play from this position. So didn't lose too much. Edgy's still at 20 HP though. Over and over, finding himself in fights.
Man, has this lobby shifted drastically just because of the stakes for everybody. Certain teams who need to full send, like we saw from Xset. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. This time we're not seeing any of that yet, but we're down to 10 teams in the 4th zone compared to when we would be down to 10 teams 2 games ago. Would have been literally 8th zone. Literally close to that final zone. Tahi's still hanging on, doing his best. Bizzle and Strep, who moved away with paper earlier, are moving back in, and they get a lot of spoils from what Tahi and crew ended up having. That was 3 teams dying right on that spot.
They have a refresh. Harmony Control and Harsh finding another endgame. Chap, Foo Fishy, and Crunchy. I feel like I've been the most detached out of any fighting this entire game. Shockwave rotation over to the bridge, over to old builds also. From some of the trios we see right in front of us right now. I think Scented, Commandment, and Edgy came from that side.
I think right now we have Smacked, Unknown, and Casker engaged against Day, Jamper, and Avery. They must be. That's a box fight. One of these teams needed it. The other team was still in contention. Harsh, Control, and Harmony are looking at that fight right now. If that continues to unfold, that could have drastic implications for both teams. Avery, Day, and Jamper try to hold on because we know Acorn, Jack, and Slacks are alive still. Oh, how did Zayt get back in this game? Zayt and Stretch are now a factor in this as well. And this box fight that I was just talking about has stopped, has slowed to a crawl. And from what I can tell, Zayt is building up right as 5th zone gets revealed. And you know what that means. They are perfectly centered in that 5th zone, holding on the bridge.
These guys might be the toll gate everyone will have to pay some shields to in terms of damage while trying to rotate in on not only on this bridge, but in game 5 in this tournament overall.
And you have to imagine too, the fact that everybody's playing so aggressively now distracts them from the ultimate goal, winning the game and having a massive performance. Outside of them, they're all fighting. They're all down below in complete shambles. Zayt, Saf, and Stretch will now ride potentially to an easy high ground hold because everybody else is so focused. The lobby's down to less than 10 teams. This is huge for them.
And you can just see the loadouts here. You know, maybe one crash pad, some ammo already used, an entire inventory slot not actually in play, a trio mate down, and this is just Bizzle and Strep. Look at how much more shambles Commandment's trio might be overall because of all the fights they've been in. You look at Zayt, he was knocked down, rebooted, revived. It doesn't look like he's missed a beat in this game at all. 6 chuck splashes, has a gold burst AR, has an upgraded pump. Bizzle, no shields now, has to pop even more minis, getting lobby focused. Meanwhile, these guys are on height. There were 3 split apart, 2 people having an individual 1v3, somehow made it alive into the end game. Bizzle now is looking so bad. Whoever ends up picking up the loot off his body, because I assume eventually he has to go down. He actually finds a safe spot here. We'll get 4 shockwaves.
Hopefully Stretch has some materials to actually unfold there. They will be able to bounce their way forward. Tahi has a solo, by the way, directly underneath height. Stretch, you can see how difficult this game was. 6 sniper bullets, no ammo. But so many big pots. That's from the vault. Chap Who Fishing and crew will go forward. Scented, Edgy, and Commandment. Day, Avery, and Jamper still up as well. Acorn, Jack, and Slacks all the way low ground. They have to go up a little bit of elevation, but this is where they thrive, especially given that some of the biggest threats, the Xset team, is gone now. This could be a game where they rack up an amazing amount of elims before they go down, or potentially even win the game like we mentioned that they could.
And then remember, they started this game out in 5th. The 4th place team of Dubs and company have been taken out as well. So it's looking all up for these guys. Avery deleted 2. Day down, all up to Jamper, who gets beamed from height. Crunchy taking these guys out. Saf has to try to reconnect though. The zone not bouncing back, but slightly pushing over to the left. This gives Saf an entire gallery to shoot and choose from. Bizzle though, stuck in the storm, taken out overall in 8th place. Looks like Commandment does end up taking out Jamper. D-Gen also very low on low.
Once again, Slack, Acorn, and Jax playing second height here. I think that's just because of how the zone pulled up over top of the hill. Yeah, they're full low ground. I was saying they were right in the way of Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, and they were focusing perfectly. A couple of elims did go down, though. Smacked Casker on the backside, and Pen also down. Agers left alone, it looks like. And Zayt will be trying to finish as much as possible. We're still at 6 teams, by the way. Only a few have fallen since the last time we mentioned that. Stretch and Zayt keep pulling forward. Slacks, they've gotten to 5 elims. They're starting to roll. Yes, they got the one before onto... No, they didn't even get the one on Tahi. This is all endgame elims right now. And they're still all 3 up. Edgy, Scented are still up as well with Commandment 2. There's 3 trios fully up. Make that 4, actually, as Stretch makes Harmony's team go down to 1.
And now potentially off of what happens this game, we're gonna have a new 2nd and 3rd place trio ahead of us. So far though, Jack, Slacks, and Acorn are in 1st and looking to be gold plated in terms of the way they're playing, in terms of the quality of gameplay we're seeing so far, avoiding the gaze of Zayt, who's trying to hunt them down, track the entire trio that's moving box to box. They're upsetting any type of jump they might have, any type of bouncer play. It's not going to be possible. Meanwhile, Scented, Edgy, Commandment are on the middle side of everything. Everyone's taking shots from this high ground team. It's 3 trios in full tandem, looking for a shot, a piece of control. It's not going to be possible. Here's Saf with a big shot down onto Commandment. He gets taken down, but there's a trade overall with Scented picking up that elimination. Zayt's on for the backside. It's not looking down to just 2 trios. Zayt taken out. It looks like Jack, Acorn, and Slacks bought enough time, hit off on the left side of zone, and because of this, are so healthy, so strong, just Scented up top with lower amounts of HP. Edgy is the one who has the most, who has to make this clutch.
And the time is not on their side. Slacks will go up. Sail with Acorn, but they knock him out. Jack all the way down to the bottom. And they will completely clean that entire team out. We thought that they might have a potential to hold on to height, but with the way that that game ended early, very early, there's no potential for heal off, and that's why instantly they're trying to use the chug splashes, trying to get back into fighting shape. But Jack, Acorn, and Slacks come too fast and take their 2nd game today in the 5th game, right when they needed it most. All the teams who were there fighting with them, Commandment, Scented, and Edgy, Zayt, Saf, and Stretch, all of them were really, really hungering to be, to push up. But they can't do it when Acorn, Slacks, and Jack are alive, right? They had to outdo them with elims, and they didn't even get it with the placement.
I think it's because there was no collision overall in that last game, or any games really where Acorn, Slacks, and Jack end up winning, right? Everyone's trickling down, maybe 1 trio member going down here or there. There's not that big explosion. We saw a bounce house, I think, in game number 2. Nothing like that happened. It was just trios slowly getting eliminated. And in those games, Acorn, Jack, and Slacks end up surviving the best and end up placing 1st.
Yeah, they were kind of riding the zone throughout that entire mid game, and then all of a sudden being activated in the end game. And they do end up pushing to over 6 elims, which I don't even think Zayt, Saf, and Stretch with high ground was able to overtake and hold that. But you're mentioning how there was no explosion at the end, right? That's because everybody spent their mobility either getting away from people or getting on top of people. So the entire lobby, while sure, those teams might have wiped a lot of different teams individually, there's no loot there for them to really grab onto and contain and bring those shockwaves into the end game.
Yeah, there was no hill, there was no water. It was all natural low ground, right? Which sometimes is good for height. You can have a little bit more control. But when you have less teams overall playing, it's kind of like a ticking time bomb for people who are on height. They have to be able to do something at some point to stop kind of the speed of how much low ground is being able to control, how far they can get. You saw at the end there with Slacks, Jack, and Acorn, they had an entire side of the zone getting hyper focused, but never taking damage because they had so much room to play with.
There was a moment. Remember when I was like confused as if they were on second height? That was the angle that it showed. They were just coming over that hill. And what they did, you're talking about how they were avoiding the lobby focus from so many, from not only Zay, Saf, and Stretch, although they did get sprayed by them for a little bit. They cut way across the 6 zone, way across the 6 zone, and left everybody in the dust congested as all down the bottom of that hill as they came over top. And that's where we saw Jamper, Avery, and Day fall. That's where they fell. Kanata, Macwood, all sorts of people fell on the backside of the zone. Meanwhile, Slack, Saker, and Jack have nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Yeah, even in that early game too, right? Because we're talking a lot about late game. Like we saw, I think it was Dubs and Mega fall overall. It might have been, was it to Xset? I'm not sure, but Xset was like, yeah, that trio was just so big on just dealing damage to these top trios overall and just going for fights. Even Macwood's trio hunting down for Elims over and over again. It just opened up this game to be slower, which is what I think the top 3 teams really needed. Unfortunately, though, 2 of them go down. It was actually also surprising to see Jamper in such shambles overall because they've looked healthy so many games. But I feel like that fight they had at Starks, it must have actually done more damage than we saw.
Yeah, it must have. I mean, they had to reboot 1 player overall. And while I said they had to do that before, the way that the zone pulled all the way down towards Salty, rifts were gone at that point and things like that. So we did also see them box to box with Unknown, Casker, and Smacked. No opportunity for either of those teams to rotate. It was so late in the 5th zone where they had to get across the entire, it was a max distance for both of those teams. And didn't look like either team wanted to leave. It looked like they were stuck there. And I think that's what might have costed them more than that original early fight against Macwood and crew. But that fight might have impacted them to be there at that point in the game.
That's like domino effects over and over again, but there's only one domino left standing at the end of the day and game, honestly. And I feel like overall, even though we have a game 6, Acorn, Slacks, and Jack just look so strong. You're talking about teams that are guaranteed to be in placement, like Agers, right? Like this is another team that's guaranteed, but is also in first. So for this last game, it looks like a scramble as to who can come third because, you know, Dubs and Mega went down. It's that much more volatile for that spot. And you have to remember, prizing is just the top 3. So being third is a big thing right now.
Before we move on to, you know, figuring out what's going to happen in game number 6, our final game, let's talk about Zay, Saf, and Stretch for a second. We thought they were down and out. I don't know how that happened, but apparently they snuck away from 2 individual 1v3s, got Zay's reboot card, who was somewhere way up in the north. That must have been Saf's doing for sure. You know, he's never going to let his duo go down like that. And then they bring it back to Doom's Domain, maybe, reboot, and then come into zone. Because all of a sudden we saw them in 5th zone on height. And we knew that one of them was down and there was 2 trios on both sides of them, completely different sides of the map against one of them. How?
Plot armor, pretty much. I've seen it before happen in some of the best TV shows. You know, take Game of Thrones, for example, right? Fighting over in what was it, season 8 against like that entire I even forget the names of those guys. The zombie horde, the Watchers. Yeah, it's like it's a very bad situation. You cut away, suddenly everything's fine.
Yeah,
absolute plot armor. And I think that's what happened because it was what, 2 1v3s, and somehow they're all alive, fully shielded. Zay has 6 chug splashes. They all have fully upgraded loot.
I mean, that's Doom's Domain for you, just in general. But yeah,
true,
100% plot armor. To be clear, we didn't see evidence of them winning 1v3s. We just know that they were faced with it. And unfortunately, we don't get to see how that all unfolds, but they turn it into a top 3. They turned it into a chance now where we were counting them out. I was saying they have no say on high ground anymore, but the way that this game unfolded was completely different. I mean, we had 10 teams in like 4th zone. That's not what we're used to seeing at all. That had a huge effect on the server.
Yeah, and I think it just gave more room for all those teams that are better at controlling space to be able to play out till the end, right? Like Commander incented Edgy playing underneath height the whole time sneakily in these mid-ground builds, have less teams to face box to box. Acorn, Slacks, and Jack controlling the entire left side of zone, have less visitors coming in saying, hey, can we move in? They never have to say no. They just don't have any doorbells ringing, right? They get to keep building over and over, and no one can stop them. So if that happens again, I literally feel like we might just see the exact same leaderboard from game 5 in game 6. It also does depend on, though, if Xset are still angry and if Macwood is still steamed up from Steamy Stacks, because these two trios had a lot to say in game number 5.
Yeah, well, we are waiting for game number 6 and the leaderboard, of course, so we can figure out what exactly are the stakes going into this last game. Because for some, there might be no hope. For some, like maybe Xset, who I think has been on this wavelength for 3 games in a row now, they're going to be W King through, and just like you said, affecting so many. You're talking about Macwoods, how heated he is coming out of Steamy Stacks. There's definitely a lot to think of. We already saw actually a shift at Stark Industries, a team replace Thieves land and Frisk landing directly on top of a team that was uncontested at Stark Industries, which I didn't expect. But hey, that's the I don't know, the lesson of season 4 basically is that never hold holy your drop spot. It will never stay the same.
Yeah, I mean, Lazy Lake wise, we saw that earlier on in the tournament as well. Like a spot that we didn't even expect to be that dynamic ended up being super dynamic. Past that too, I just feel like I've come to expect some type of tomfoolery to happen over at Starks. Like at some point there has to be a low placing team trying to make something happen. Overall, it's one of the most powerful spots on the map. But past that, in terms of patterns overall for the tournament, the game speed is slowed down. In game 6, we'll see if it ends up speeding up because the battle bus is ready. We're jumping right in. This is the finale of the Code Red tournament.
Okay, guys, you guys are going to have to hold on and listen up closely because we're going to give you the updates on the scores by voice. Wow. Speaking of voice, 2 teams landing at Stark Industries. Nobody landing at Doom's Domain. This is the same team replays and crew fighting, and we've only got 12 teams. Okay, interesting. I like how this unfolds. It looks like we're EU now.
Show match vibes.
Yeah.
Complete show match vibes. You know what's the most hilarious part? There's 12 teams, and there's still people contesting both Starks and Dooms.
Hey, you go out swinging. The funny part, too, is that Jamper, Avery, and Day are actually contesting for a top spot. Smacked, Unknown, and Casker are the other team here. Will now have to deal with a fully kitted main building team, and they will camp the vaults. Try for something. What do you do here if you're Jamper and crew? I think I leave without trying to fight these guys, but knowing them, they will fight because they fought every single game in the mid game, and one early game fight will not dissuade them.
There's sirens, man. This is not your normal game. I mean, you saw it and we saw it, and then we moved on. For these guys, there will be a glaring number underneath their minimap, 33. Right now, in terms of the amount of people alive. It's just, if I'm in a game, I'm seeing that number. I mean, we tried playing DreamHack before. When it's lesser amounts, if I can't control my W key mental, imagine Unknown in this moment.
Yeah, he's full sent at this point. So yeah, you're right. You're basically alluding to the fact that, hey, there's going to be somebody around the map, no matter if it's here or there, that you're going to have to contend with at some point.
Yeah.
Although, when we say that, we also think about it on the flip side, right? There might be some ideas here for Unknown and crew, but they aren't playing aggressively. They're kind of just giving room right here for Jamper every day to farm up and be ready to go. Jamper's going to be able to beam at Unknown. 1 tag, it's only 32. Smacked and Casker not really finding any opportunities either. This isn't a bait. This isn't ending up in anything massive.
I wonder what the goal is here for either team. Obviously, the OG droppers here, Avery, Jamper, and Day of Starks want to get that vault ASAP. Maybe Unknown saw that fight breaking down fast, wanted to rotate and possibly get a cheeky third party on. Fight did end up ending too fast and the vault's not open, so not much to do. You're right. They disengage and move out. The W key stays under control. But how long will it take for Avery, Jamper, and Day to figure that out? All right, they've learned.
Okay. Jack
Ooh, I think
Acorn and
those.
Slacks. Slurpy Swamps as always. And they've you know, when you land at non-mythic spots, you give yourself so much freedom. Nobody will ever land on you unless there's some sort of malicious intent. Like, it's just never gonna happen. Doom's Domain left, by the way. Nobody there at all. Wait, where is Zayd, Staff, and Stretch? Do you think they just stopped? Why? They would have been 61 points.
Maybe they already rotated. Maybe they have a different spot.
No, they weren't landing there. I saw it at the beginning.
They definitely stopped.
Unfortunate.
That or they're already fighting at Craggy.
Yo, Unknown's like, wait, hold on. Something's wrong here at Doom's Domain. Let's get over there quick. Yeah, I think they realized that there's nobody there. Wow.
Jack Slacks and Acorn are moving fast too. I'm wondering if there's anyone at Misty. I didn't get to see.
That would be Scented, Edging, and Commandment. I think they're still in the game. You have to be. Because they... Okay, they were lower actually than Zayd, Staff, and Stretch. In any case, I think this is now a battle between... With Zayd, Staff, and Stretch not in the game. Or maybe they're in the game. In either case, they're not set up for success. Avery Day and Jamper seem to be the only people who have a chance. 17 points between Slacks, Jack, and Acorn.
No,
17 points.
They don't. Not with 11 teams in the lobby. I just don't see. Like, isn't placement already handed out, or starting to be?
Placement points. You know,
aren't there enough? There aren't enough people to key Balla in the lobby to make up the Elim points.
Oh, there definitely is. There definitely is. There's 4 points accrued right now for placement.
But they're still in Starks. They gotta move out and move fast.
They already have 3 points. You have to remember they already invalidated that by the elims that they have.
So they need.
What they got to
14...
do is find out where they are and rift on them.
I mean, they know that they're all the way at the bottom side of the map somewhere. They'd have to chain the rifts at Starks all the way over to Ant House, all the way over to Weeping Woods.
Let's go.
And then have a rumble in the jungle.
Do it. Yes. That sounds amazing. If there's one way I want this game to turn out, it's that. Like, how much you want to bet the only teams who haven't failed out of the so-called pro teams are the college teams?
I guarantee 3 of them are inside this game.
Okay,
But I also guarantee one of them is probably knocked off spawn. We saw Control up there landing over at Castle.
Yeah.
Also explains why the loot might be a little bit shambles as well.
Feels like a practice game in Secret Skirmish. Oh. A little audio boost.
Let's go.
Thank goodness he broke the speakers.
That was the secret all along for us to have audio. Let's go. Oh, these guys are farming up. Once again, I hope it's the key, because if they want that first place slot,
They're playing for second, bro.
What if that is the wave? What if, you play for second? It's absolutely safe.
It's doable. Ooh, Tahi, Scoped, and Twexy are going to have W key here against Agers and crew. They were in 4th place. This is a team who had a chance. Scope, Tahi, and Twexy will change that chance. Bring it down to 0 unless they switch this fight around and get the reboot quickly. So far, not looking like it's happening. No space gained at all. Degen does have a little bit of high ground. Tahi starts to cut into that. And some angles, too. Oh, and there's a team rifting. Oh, is that X set?
They see the fight.
Oh,
They don't respond. Yeah. It's not in zone.
Yeah,
so rest. They can curve and hold.
True, but they aren't.
That's true.
Harpoon.
No.
Oh, Tahi faces in the box, trying to chase down Npen. Npen too quick for him. Like a mouse, he escapes out the trap, goes right back up the hole. Scoped again, almost gets it, but Degen gets the floor. Twexy also involved on the backside. Still a 3 versus 2. Npen and Agers trying their best to hang on. No, sorry, Degen trying their best to hang on. Tahi almost gets in once again. Finally the wall. An opportunity for Degen to go for it. Npen is also low. Degen will have to be a hero in this case. With the storm heal.
The storm has to be the MVP of this fight. The first shot finally lands onto Npen.
Ooh.
But these guys were essentially shooting each other's builds over and over. Now down to a 1v1. Degen rolls up towards height. Now down to a 2v1. Let me actually correct that. Is Twexy still alive? What an impressive showcase of defense, though, throughout that whole fight. I was just surprised that like no damage was being done.
They're still there, though. They've lost Tahi. Degen has gotten the reboot card, maybe of both Agers and Npen. Spec mode doesn't tell us. Oh, Twexy's coming back. Oh, Twexy's coming back. Oh, no. Degen will just... Oh, I thought he was just literally going to stand still. Are they going for the reboot of themselves?
Yep.
What is going on?
I think Degen got one card only.
I think so, too. Oh, God. Creep, creep, creep. Yes, Twexy can't build. He doesn't see it coming. No, it's only an 80 pump. Edgy against Mega. Okay, Harmony controlling Harsh. Made it in. Oh, they're looking on to the fight. Scented Edgy and Commandment against Dubs, Mega, and Illust. Scented Edgy and Commandment are ahead in this fight. It looks like Illust is the only person remaining. They have to just contend with one and this college team spraying at them from across the meadows.
It's always in Misty where you can expect two teams to lock it down and take it the whole way through. Unfortunately, though, only two teams have gone down so far. We already saw one of these happen at Salty, another one happen off spawn, so no complete confirmations over at Misty. Illust will hide behind, possibly wait for that card. Pick up and reboot, but Harsh Control and Harmony will be there to watch it go down, possibly not let it happen. Now, a question I don't get to ask a lot at all. Obviously, it's time to do a chase down here onto Illust. What zone will this game end in?
That was not where I saw you going with that. Oh my goodness. Is Illust escaping? Okay, no, they've put him directly in the way. Oh my God, Illust. Oh my God. Edgy just went down to one pump from Illust. He does Illust things, and this team is not going to let these guys go. Edgy gets thrown back into the building. Illust now the fire of the rest of them. Scented might leave him. Yeah. Oh my goodness, they just left Edgy.
He was getting revived. I think he just got picked up.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Illust is low. 2 solo arrows making it into the storm. I think someone on Scope's team got taken out. Illust goes down. 9 teams left. You got to answer it. How far is this game going?
This is going to 6th zone. 5th zone, we're going to have the 3v3. We're going to have the 3v3 in 6th zone, or in 5th zone. Start, and then it'll go forever. I think that's just how it's going to work.
I swear that was like one of the things that like was going to be an intended change. Something that I was thinking of brainstorming with, like having the zones never actually close, but stay like 1 square wide and move across the map.
Dude, I've been pushing for that forever. Forever.
Really?
Yeah. It was. I wanted that way back when there was heal offs, and then when we came out with Siphon and moving zones, I was like, oh my god, this is actually really sick because the 1v1 is just so exciting, and if you could force it every time, that'd be beautiful.
Moi.
Exactly.
As the French say.
Is it the French?
Yeah.
Or is it China?
Undisclosed classified information. You're asking too much.
Unknown Casca and Smack that found their way off of Stark Industries into Lazy Lake. And almost fine. Ooh, a splash saves the life. Right there. No ammo inside of the pump. Unknown somehow is able to hold on enough until the reload, and they find themselves a full wipe.
You could say that in this garage where it's dark, where he's dealing a ton of damage and punishing players. He looks kind of like a demon.
Actually true. These wings are angelic. But you know what that means when you're down below in the basement.
Wait, I don't know this one.
I don't know it either. I just went full monster defense.
Oh, not like this. Once again, just want to
hold on before you go. Look at this third zone, and there's 3 people on the mini map. What? This looks like a Hype Night game.
Wait for it. And first of all, don't disrespect Hype Night. It's one of the ways the majority of the populace gets towards champions every season.
That's actually pathetic.
There you go. That's a bunch of arrows on the map. What I was going to say is, I just wanted to thank, once again, the sponsors for the tournament in this last game. Roto Cooling Eye Drops. Once again, you can catch them at Walmart, Walgreens, or CVS. And then Xfinity Gaming. The power of internet speed. It's strong,
God.
just like this LMG. Control, losing it. Console's here to play, baby. Let's go. Was that scoped or Twexy dropping in the box? I don't even know. It happened too fast. It happened too fast.
It was disrespectful. That's all I know. Harsh gonna get the same treatment, and it's brutal. All 3 in the box. No trade damage at all. You actually saw Scented Edgy Commandment come down the hill, and they were like, "Ooh, do I get involved?" And they're like, "Ah, never mind. It's Twexy with an LMG."
Wait! Is that a Skybase?
Wait! Who is that?
Is that a Skybase?
Who is that?
No, Showtime says on a Skybase! There's no way! There's actually no, and they got the skins too. Oh my god. They got the skins. Beautiful.
The hilarious part is that Scope, Twexy, and Tahi saw them. And they're like, yeah, whatever. It. Yeah, they respect it. I bet you every team in the lobby knows too. Oh my god. This is just brilliant.
No, wait.
Come on, man. Go back up. Just land and go back up.
Just go back up. No.
I have not seen that in a. I don't know if I can consider this a pro game, considering how childish, but I've only seen that in a freaking pro-am, you know. All right, we're in 4 zones, 6 teams left.
Look at it. Where did they start?
Dude, it comes from Logjam. Of course it comes from Logjam.
Let's go. The best POI on the map. The Skybase is brought to you by Logjam. I was going to say, if you haven't seen a Skybase in a pro game, you must have never been down bad at Polar Peaks.
Oh, true.
Sometimes, man. You do crazy stuff. AV's already healing off at the 4th zone. Little your fellow Arab play going down.
Yeah, true. Yeah, actually, low-key might be the, he's getting so much placement right now.
That's true. That's just top five situation. He has 10 chest flashes.
Fifth zone. Let's go. Where is
The Bigfoot.
Jack Acorn and where are they, by the way? Also, Edgy or
The Bigfoot.
oh, there's Slacks, Acorn, and Jack. Okay, the tournament's over. They've won. But is it Scented, Edge, and Commandment, or is it Avery, Jamper, and Day? Huh? Huh?
Scented, Edgy Commandment, 100%. The zone's Misty Meadows. It's poetic.
Oh, true. What a stacker.
The last time I saw this, I think, was a West tournament.
Nah, mine was EU. I don't
Really?
think I've seen this in a West tournament. What West tournament did you cast that did this?
It was with you, where we
no,
took it
no, no.
very
That was a
seriously.
solo. That was you are tripping. That was a solo
Am
tournament,
I?
and Psalm was literally number one. There was like 30 people still in the end game. Like you're hard
No,
tripping.
I
You gotta go
remember
back
we
and watch
were-
this. No,
we,
no,
we
no, no.
had
no.
like it
No,
was
no, 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 no,
griefed
no.
or whatever. We were taking it so seriously, but it was unstacked.
No, you must not have been with me. I have casted one West solo tournament, and Psalm came back and almost clutched first place in like a. And it was definitely worse than what we were seeing
I
normally.
believe
It
I
wasn't
cast
50
that
people.
with you too, but we were literally joking with it. We were going
No,
super ham.
that was the Fishy Cup too. That's what you're thinking.
That was
of.
EU. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Everything will go down in flames, just like every Jamper and Day's chances to take first place. Mathematically, it's still possible. I'm just saying.
In what sense?
Mathematically, it is still possible. There are 9
Break
people
it
to
down.
find,
So they have to find 9 people and win.
and the people that have to kill first is Acorn, Jack, and Slice. They have to die right now.
Okay, let's go.
They have to die right now.
Can we calm that to them? They're getting focused.
Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
Here we go. Here we go. Low carb rotation for Edgy and Scented. I'm not sure what that means, but I want to coin it.
It just means it comes with spaghetti. Wait, sorry, zucchini. It's zoodles instead of spaghetti.
Zoodles.
Yeah, you said low carb. I went the other way by accident. Anyways. I just brought you completely out of the element. Yo, okay, this is actually, hold on. This is a 3v3v3v3. This is sick. This is actually so sick. Edgy, Stretch, and Commandment hanging on. Avery, Jamper, and Day hanging on as well. Slacks, Acorn, and Jack hanging on. Twexy, Scoped, and Tahi, who have no chance at money at all, hanging on. Very cool.
All on the same line. Right now, AV's going for beams. This is the mode the entire comp community always asks for, a realistic zone war in the map with minimal teams and full loadouts. Well, here it is. Watch it unfold. Edgy with 1 Elim, Scented with 2. Controlling height, Electric Boogaloo. And there's Slacks on the bottom side taking shots. So heavily. A shockwave up in the sky, blocking 2. Very impressive, but he drops all the way back down. Only gonna be safe for just a moment. These guys aren't even holding their right click buttons. They're just jumping around and shooting at builds, making sure pressure is dropped on the map.
Oh my goodness. Up above, a goal. Oh, Avery's actually above. Stretch, Edgy, and Scented lose it for just a moment. Jamper will get the cone off, but Commandment responds with the shot. A shockwave in the zone. He has a bounce to the left. He will get back in. No floppers available. Scented still maintains height, but Edgy is left on his lonesome. Acorn will jump on him. My goodness. That is a victory lap for Acorn, Jack, and Slacks. A victory lap that they're making right now to hold the throne of the Code Red presented by Xfinity, featuring Fortnite $25,000 invitational. It's game 6.
They have won it on NA in collaboration too with the NA West. We've had trios from all across the Western Hemisphere. And this one is the greatest out of 6 games. Taking the lead in game number 4, holding it until game number 6, and now possibly going for a back-to-back win.
A little exaggerated. I can't believe you said the Western Hemisphere. How is Commandment alive? He just took a car back in the zone. Oh my goodness, that was close. Finally, we get down to the 2 versus 2 situation in terms of team, or 1 versus 1 situation in terms of teams. It's Jamper, Avery, and Day winning the final game, maybe against Scented, who was dancing his way off a high ground right now. Jamper, Day trying to get their way back up. 1 versus 3. Avery will go with the crash pad. Scented is low. Scented is low. Scented is dead. And the victory royale for the final time today goes to Avery, Jamper, and Day. They needed that, but it was probably not enough anyways to take out
11 kill or 11 elims. 11 elims, who knows? I mean, maybe Acorn, Jack, and Slacks went down early that game. We'll have yet to see. Who knows?
They were no.
They were top 3. They had, I mean, we called it. They had a good run today overall. The most consistent trio, playing their game plan regardless of the lobby size. It always looked the same. It always looked under control, and they just took control of the entire region, of the entire tournament, and came in first.
2 wins when the games were actually very, very difficult, right? I mean, they did win the game 5, which was starting to be a little bit like this one, but still there was an end game, right? There was an end game. Zaysaf and Stretch did appear somewhere in it, and that is the final boss, apparently. But in any case, that's wraps. Game 6 done. The tournament over. Slacks, Acorn, and Jack almost certainly are winner. We'll wait for the scores in any case. But what a day it's been. It's been fun, man.
Yeah, it's been fun. We've had a few box dives here and there. Tahi saying school's out, or was it scoped when he dropped into the college kid's box and just beamed up with the LMG? Past that, box fights, Macwood getting mad, Xsec getting mad, turning anger into creativity, making a sky base, people ruining the sky base. Like, it's been one heck of a day.
There's always somebody just ruining the fun for that one team that's just like, yeah, whatever, let's just do something silly. There's always somebody, and usually it's Zayt.
But he wasn't there that game. Usually. Yeah. Don't conga line in the open, boys.
Yeah.
We know this. We know this now.
We know what happens. We know what happens. All right. Where are we going now? We're waiting for the leaderboard, yes? I'm pretty sure. Okay. Anything else we need to do? Are we
not much?
Cool.
I think we are full vibing. Play of the game, or play of the day. Featuring Ball TW. What would you say would be the play of the day for today?
Okay. Play of the day. Now I want to make it Day, but I don't think Day did anything super crazy. I think it was the one game, I think it was Scented in that, I think it was game 2 or 3 where it was against Unknown's crew. Remember? It was the bandage bazooka type thing where it all just went to shambles at the very end. I think that team had the heads up play. Yeah, the bounce house, exactly. I don't remember exactly what happened, but that was the play of the day.
Okay.
How can it be the play of the day if you can't remember? Oh no.
Hey, Amnesia based play of the day, the most unique type of play.
Okay. How about play of the day brought to you by Shire Wager this time?
Whether brought to you by Shire Wager, I would say it was I forget who, which is but I know the play
also featuring Amnesia.
It was the 2-1 pumps to almost 1v3 a box fight. Unfortunately, the play
almost 1v3.
to almost 1v3 a box fight. I remember who didn't fully concede. Who was it?
I forgot.
True. Although we have Amnesia, I believe
it was AV. It was AV.
It was AV?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He hit the 180, back to the other 180 as well. And then he kept the dream alive until the dream unfortunately had to end. We woke up and AV was down.
That was the start. That was the start of the dark descent, bro.
Indeed. I just got I just went to a very different vibe there. In that first I was like, I know there was a Misha reference, but I was like, wait a minute. I'm feeling something.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the scoreboard. The final one for the tournaments. It was Slacks on top, but only by 2 points. Are you kidding me?
So it almost made enough of a difference in game 6. There is no way. One more team to key. I mean, I was making fun of you for calling it out too. I was like, there's no possible way. But there was 2-point difference. Past that 2, Edgy and Scoped, right? Edgy surviving till the end of that game 2. If these guys went down at any moment, Scope could have taken things over. Ages was in 3rd the whole day, knocked down to 5th. And although Zay didn't even play that last game, he secures 6th.
Wow. Wow. So Slacks will walk away. Slacks, Acorn, and Jack will walk away with the top prize of $12,500. Avery, Jamper, and Day will walk away with $7,500. And Edgy, Scented, and Commandments will walk away with $5,000. That's the $25,000 in this tournament unfolded right there. Everybody else, unfortunately, has not gotten anywhere, although it was a good day. I definitely got it. I loved what Scope, Tahi, and Twexy did in those final 2 games. They were the only team who was really successful with any sort of W key, I think.
Yeah, and like, although, you know, even a few teams didn't get top 3 overall, I just feel like a lot of people had fun watching and then also playing who weren't even, you know, up to par to win money. Xset skybasing. Hello. We get to watch Zay and Saf control height game after game after game. Hello. That's amazing. They probably felt good doing it too. Like, that is great.
That it is. And you know what else is great is when sponsors combine to put on great events like this one, the Code Red, presented by Xfinity once again. And then, of course, Roto Digi helping us as well. Collaboration all around makes the world go around. And we got to thank them for one final time. Shia, final thoughts before we close this out.
It's been a beautiful day. Let's make it a beautiful night and reminisce all the good things that we watched on broadcast. Overall, 2 thumbs up.
Huge thanks to Boom TV behind the scenes, also putting together this, and the production of the show was fantastic. Hope you guys enjoyed. For now, it's over. That's wraps for me and Shio. We will see you hopefully next time with another Code Red after.
Two.